Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Dusty Book Sniffers. My name's Nicole, and today we are here for Friday's 8-hour reading sprints. And if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, it's Thursday evening for you. Now, just a disclaimer, my internet is playing up this morning, and I was just over on Nell's sprints, and there was also some issues with the comments. So if I look a little bit grainy, that is because of my internet. It keeps clicking over to Wi-Fi. I cannot stop it from doing it. I've tried everything, but it just keeps clicking over to Wi-Fi. So hopefully it's not too grainy, and I do apologize. Now, I was over at Nell's this morning, and she said that she couldn't see the comments in StreamYard, but I just seen that Tina has popped up, and so we can see them, and they're coming up on the screen. So that makes me happy. Just cleaning my glasses. There's little fingerprints all over them. I've obviously picked them up and whatnot. So how is everybody today? Are we all good, happy, healthy people? I hope everything is going well in your part of the world. So hello. We also have thank you. Yeah, it's pretty chilly here this morning. It was only like 5 degrees when I went and dropped my daughter off at work. It was like, ugh. So yeah, I've got the heater on trying to warm this place up a little bit, but it's not doing much at all this morning. So I'm rugged up big time. Today I will be reading The Mother's Promise, which is by Sally Hepworth. You may hear some noise in the background. That is the babies running through the house being noisy, and my husband also doing an oil change out in the driveway. So I do apologize for that. We have Sarah has joined us this morning. A good morning. I am so happy I can see the comments because I'm like, yeah, I don't know how well my internet's going to work today. Running two things, but anyway. We have comments, which is great. So how are you today, Sarah? Hope everything is going well with you. What are you reading today? Chrissy is also here. Good morning. Chilly down your way? Because it's chilly up my way. I'm also contemplating going and getting socks, and that is a rarity for Queensland. You normally can still walk around with your thongs on, with your flip-flops, for those that don't know what thongs are. So yeah, we also have Brittany. Hello, Brittany. Thank you for joining in the comments. If you want to be on screen, the link is over in Discord for any of the booktubers that might want to jump on. We had wet weather earlier on in the week. Today it is a bright, beautiful, sunny day. Not a cloud in the sky, which is good, but it is cold. And that's usually the case when you're in Queensland. If the skies are clear, it's going to be chilly. We had a lot of wind yesterday. It was really cold yesterday. But today seems really nice. So far, anyway. It's cold, but it's still nice. So, yeah, I got this. Savannah brought this for me. It's called hand food. She got it from Mecca, and it's so nice. It is so nice. I believe it is eczema that I'm getting on my hands because they're really dry and it's just flaring up pretty badly. And yeah, so that will make them feel better. And my hands get really dry in winter too, which doesn't help. But it smells so nice. Walking around stiff in my hands all day. It's just ridiculous. Alrighty, I'm so glad that the comments are working. Yeah, we had I hope they're working for Nell now. If anybody's on Nell's sprints, she is doing sprints today because Courtney from Tangible Reads is away on vacation. So Nell is doing them today. We're doing them at the same time. So yeah. What else have we got? It was just thundering and raining outside. Ooh, I love a good storm. Love a good storm. And Brittany is reading The Paris' Daughter tonight. Excellent. Are you enjoying it? I am in the middle of doing a vlog. I have never read Sally Hepworth, and I picked up 3 of the books on my rounds of the secondhand book things that I've been doing lately, and they were sitting on my shelf, and I thought, you know what, that'll make a good vlog. Trying an author for the first time, so I'm reading 3 of her books, not in chronological order at all, just random books. I think I had a 2016, 18, and a 19, I think, something like that, or 17 and 19. Can't remember exactly. So for those that are joining, just letting you know that my internet is playing up. It is a little bit grainy, but we're here for the reading. We're not here. You don't necessarily need to see my face or anything like that. So yeah, if it does, it's switching between the two, so it gets a little bit grainy when it goes onto the Wi-Fi. If you hear any banging and crashing, that is my husband doing an oil change in the driveway. It's wonderful being married to a mechanic. I don't have to take it in to get serviced. He's doing that right now. And the little kitty cats are very, very boisterous this morning and have the zoomies, and they're running through the house being like baby elephants. It's all happening here today. And Sarah Y is, I'm reading Meet Again by Abby Sabina. Awesome. Are you enjoying it? I hope you are. I was panicking and downloading every single audiobook I need for the next week, but I think I stopped. Oh, dear me. You're going away, I assume. So getting all of the books down. I made the fatal mistake the other week. I left the house before downloading my audiobook. I was on the Wi-Fi here and I forgot, like I just hit listen now and I didn't download it on Scribd. And then I got in the car and I'm like, dang, can't listen to that because, if you remember, I think it was on Monday, I was talking about Telstra and how they suspended my account because they neglected to tell everybody that they were no longer accepting extra payments on certain bills and stuff like that and on my contract. And I'm like, nice. Real nice on that. So I couldn't even download it while I was out and about. Normally that wouldn't be a problem, but I'm like, dang. So yeah, today I need to finish audiobook White Noise. Only got an hour or so, and then a library book that needs to go back. Cool. I was pretty happy with the 3 books that I decided that I had for the vlog that I'm doing were all on BorrowBox, so I had them on audio as well. So it's been quite a productive week for me reading wise, because I'm getting all my audiobooks out of the way. Not only am I caught up for Count of Monte Cristo for the month of July, I have read to date 7 books, and I finished my 7th book last night, and I'm about to start my 8th book. Granted, they've all been audio, but the 3 vlog ones I have been doing immersive reading at the end of the day, because by the time I get to 8 o'clock, I do not want to stitch or do any craft anymore. I just want to curl up with a book. So that is what I've been doing. So it has been a blitz of a week for books. I've read 2 of Ice Planet Barbarian, and I've come to a screaming halt on that because they're on Scribd on audio. I think they're also on Kindle Unlimited as well. And basically, Scribd just put a stop to that and said nothing's available now until next month. So I'm guessing that I can't read them until next month. So I'm in 2 minds. Do I want to purchase them and just be done with it, or do I just want to drip feed them and read them on Scribd because it's part of my thing? So anyway, I haven't decided yet. There's a few other books that I want to read, so they're not high on my priority, and they're only 3 stars for me. I know that there's people that absolutely love them and all the rest of it, but the first book was okay. It was great. It was enough to intrigue me to go to the second book. The second book was a bit meh. So I'm trusting Leandra, Neva, and Brittany, and also Erin, that these books are fabulous and I should continue on with it. I'm trusting you guys. Hopefully I am not getting sent on a bum steer. But as I said on a sprint the other day, I'm new to Alien Smut, and that was not a sentence that I ever thought that I would hear come out of my mouth. So, yeah. I mean, they're good, they're fine. They're a little bit trashy, which is good. Good morning, Zara. Thank you very much for joining. Are you getting ready to go to work, or do you have the day off today? And it's fine. Not Neva's fine. I love it when she says that. It's fine. And then everybody goes, we're waiting for more. Oh, dear me. It's so funny. And it just seems to be a running joke through everybody that knows Neva or has watched Neva and whatnot. It seems to be a running joke. And I think she loves it. It's so funny though. I crack up every time she says it's fine now, like every single time. Tina is reading Outlander, and Death by Chocolate by Death by Chocolate. I wanted to read that. By Sally Bethany. Someone else recommended that to me. So, yeah, I might have to go and suss that one out as well. I have been reading a lot of books off my shelf. Obviously, Ice Planet Barbarians isn't on my shelf. It's just one that I picked up. But, yeah, I'm looking forward to reading more off my shelf. I am reading a book called Growing Up Disabled in Australia. It's very interesting and well worth the read. Highly recommend. Awesome. It's obviously a non-fiction, so I will have to add that to my non-fiction books. You've actually given 2 recommendations this week, Zara. That's awesome. The Girl in the Green Dress, is that what it's called? And this one. So I'll have to add them both to my list. What is it? No, not going on a trip, just downloading in case the power shut. Oh, yeah, because you've had a few storms and you've had power go out and all the rest of it. So, yeah. It feels like we're all just hanging out together all the time lately. Like, because I've been sprint hopping a lot too, going to everybody's channel and doing sprints and whatnot. It's been great because I've been able to keep up the conversation with everybody and know what's going on. It feels a little bit voyeuristic, but anyway. We'll skip that part and not be creepy at all, and just think that we've all been hanging out together. It's like one big giant book club, isn't it? Really? Chrissy's saying, "Wow, book a day, go girl." Yeah, you know what I'm like. I had a month off from not really reading that much, although I still read a fair bit in. Not as much as I normally would, but in May I went and had a look and I think I read 21 books, and in June I think I only read 10. But a lot of those 10 were classics that I caught up on. But yeah, and then I've got back to filming and all that sort of stuff, and yeah, so I'm reading, and I'm also doing Beachathon with Sarah Y. I'm on Team Dolphins. Go Team Dolphins. So yeah, and I've got to beat Team Crab, so but I'm listening to a lot of audio books at the beginning of the month, and then towards the end of the month I have a few physical books that I've got to read. Like next week I've got to finish The Orphan Sky, because I need to do that for Azerbaijan. I still haven't finished it, and I have got that up. Austria is going up next week. And if you want to know what's going up and when it's going up and all that sort of stuff, I have on the community tab put up a calendar for BookTube. And so it's got all the sprints on there. It also has the reminder highlighted for you if you're in the Northern Hemisphere that the sprints are actually Sunday and Thursday evenings. So everything, basically all you have to remember is move everything back a day when you look at my calendar if you're in the Northern Hemisphere. Other than that, if you're here in Australia, it won't mess you up too bad. So basically I've put all that up, so it's got all the sprints have been scheduled for the month, so you can go and click notify me and they'll all be there for you. There is a playlist, so when you come to my channel, whether it be on mobile device or on a laptop, when you come to my channel, the first playlist is scheduled sprints, so you will be able to see them all there. And I'll be having Leandra joining me and possibly Sarah Y on Monday sprints, which is their Sunday evening, which is fabulous. Looking forward to it. I haven't hung out with Sarah or Leandra. I've been on sprints where they've been, but I haven't actually hung out with them on screen, so that's going to be a lot of fun. And we had Brittany and Nell last week, and I've put the link up over in the Discord for all the booktubers that pop on here that are in my Discord. I've added you to the co-host thing, so if you ever want to pop in, just pop in. It's all good. It's there for you to do that. And so I am very much back to reading. I checked today when I checked off the second book from the Sally Hepworth. Let me just go to Goodreads. I have read 92 books so far this year. And Storygraph, of course, that gives me my accurate stats and whatnot. So I have a May-June wrap-up coming up week after next, I think it is, because there's a lot of books that I've got to go and check out. I'm definitely at 92, and I have read so far 33,498 pages this year. And I talked about this last time. The kitten is out the window and it can see me, and so it's meowing. If I listen to an audio book and I have the physical here, I class it as a physical book. So that's because a lot of time I start a book maybe with immersive reading, and then I might listen to it if I can get it on any of my platforms, and then I finish the day off with immersive reading. So to me, that is a physical read. And I'm just looking here to see how many I read in June, because I know I didn't read that much, but that's the best thing about Storygraph. Sorry, I just had a senior moment then. According to this, I only read 3 books because I was catching up on books that I'm already reading, but I haven't finished yet. So that was a little bit of Wheel of Time. I also caught up on The Count of Monte Cristo, Pickwick Papers, and Anna Karenina. I'd done a few chapters in that. I don't know about Anna Karenina. I'm feeling like I'm not there. So yeah, I'm just not there with it. I don't know. Maybe it might be one that I'll need to put down and pick maybe a soft DNF and come back to it. I don't know. But I'm thoroughly enjoying The Count of Monte Cristo, and I'm having a ball reading Pickwick Papers because that's hilarious. And I just love Middlemarch, which I have 2 volumes to catch up on that because I am still behind on that. 7 books in July already. Yeah. But as I said, most of these have been audiobook, and I do listen to my audiobooks pretty fast. And I'm also doing a vlog. I've read this week a lot of books, a lot more than what I normally do. Most times I will do 3 or 4 in a week. If they're a combination of audio, usually there's 1 physical in there. But as I said, all of these have been immersive reading, so I burn through them pretty quickly. And I don't get interrupted either. Like once everybody goes to bed from 9 to 12 o'clock, midnight, I don't get interrupted. No one comes out. And if anybody walks into my room, aka my 17-year-old, and she's just waffling on, I just keep listening to my book and nod. And then I look at her and go, can you please go out? Like, this is my time, and I'm done today. And she just looks at me. Yes, I'm mean. I'm like, yes, that's right. I'm mean. Between the hours of 9 p.m. and 12 a.m., I'm mean. I said, and if you wake me up during the morning hours, I'm mean then too. So just a heads up. Any other time, I'm fine. So yeah, and she just smiles at me and walks out because she knows, like she knows I'm pretty flat out. So yeah, I'm pretty proud of it. It's okay that you don't love Ice Planet Barbarians. It's really a niche thing. It's not that I don't like it. Like I'm intrigued by the story. The smut's just a bonus. Like, I mean, is there any such thing as like literary smut? Like it's let's face it, they're trashy novels and all the rest of it. They're going to work great for Garb August. So hopefully I can read more than 2 next month. But if I can only do 2 a month on Scribd, I'm okay with that, because I don't think I would buy them and put them on my shelf, because 1, Savannah won't read it, but then Neroli might, because they're chalk and cheese. And she has read a few books, and I've raised an eyebrow at her and gone, okay, we're there, are we? All right, no worries. And she's like, how do you know what this is about? I'm like, hello. I don't live under a rock. Anyway, the conversations you have with your teenage daughters. Anyway, about books. So yeah, so basically I'm not 100% sure whether whether I would purchase them or not, but you never know. You just never know in Nicole's world. Zara is also getting ready for work. But just going back to that, Brittany, you guys did say that, well, like I was with Neva on book 2, and then you said that book 4 is pretty terrible, but book 3 was pretty amazing. So, and I believe that is Kira is the next book, if I understand how the books are working now. So correct me if I'm wrong. Zara is getting ready for work. A bummer that you've got to go to work. I'm working today as well. Hello, Mood Reader. Welcome. And I'm correct on those. Yep, cool, no worries. I'm going to I swear this cat's going to try and come through this window. Oh, no, it just fell off the windowsill. A little bit of sideshow entertainment happening there right now. So yeah, cool. I will definitely write them down because I'm now starting to look to November for my TBR, and I am going to do nonfiction November. So I'm going to be predominantly reading nonfiction books with a few other fiction books in there, but I want to at least read 1 or 2 a week. And when I do nonfiction books, I tend to listen to them as opposed to having them in the physical copy. If I really like the book and I think Savannah or Neroli might get something out of it, then I will purchase a copy and put it on my bookshelf for them. So yeah. And I have a couple of like witchy nonfiction books that I want to read as well in November that I recently got. Just mythology and all that sort of stuff. Like, are they nonfiction or are they fiction? Like, it depends what side of the fence you fall on. But for me, they're a nonfiction. So yeah, woohoo! Readers on Team Dolphin, yeah. I'm starting book 8 today. So yeah, I think I've listened to like the first paragraph and then I got interrupted. So yeah. Old lady voice is coming, just so you know, everybody. It's first thing in the morning. Yes, book 3 and 5 have the favorite couples in it. Awesome. It's good to know. Like, I'm interested to read it. Like, I don't mind a smutty book or anything like that, but it's sort of like, it just can't be just straight up smut. It needs to have a storyline. Like, you know how some of them you're just like, really? What did I just read? That would, like, I might as well just watched a porno. There's no storyline. There was one book, I can't remember the name of it, I read years ago. A friend recommended it to me, did not give me the heads up that it had smut in it and all the rest of it. And I read the book and I put it down and I'm like, yeah, I reckon pornos have probably got more storyline than this book. And it was years and years ago. I can't even remember what it was. It was pretty cringeworthy, that's for sure. So yeah, not that I watch pornos, just saying, but that was just sort of like the comparison. Yeah. Yes, it's Kiara. I'm not sure how her name's spelled. I think it's spelled with a K, but anyway, that's fine. It's still the same. It doesn't matter whether it's a C or a K. It sounds the same. So yeah. Yeah. So when I went on to Scribd last night, all of the Ice Planet Barbarians, you know how like with Scribd, you read a couple of books and then all of a sudden everything's not available until after you've paid your next lot or the end of the month or whatever. That's what's happened because I had read the 2 books back to back. I find if I spread it out, then I don't get that as much. It might only be a couple, but all of the Ice Planet Barbarians went to not available. So yeah, there was one book that I read. What was it called? It was Beauty and the Beast inspired. And it was pretty good. I didn't mind it. I thought it was, it had a good storyline and all the rest of it. It had your smutty scenes and all that sort of stuff. And I think there's 2 or 3 there's 2 in the series that I know of. Let me just find it. It was for a bingo prompt, and it was to read a fairy tale retelling, I think it was called. That was the prompt. I can't remember. Chrissy would probably know. The latest thing my neighbour's doing is like they come up the road tooting their horn like 5 houses before they get to the house that they need to get to. I can't find it. Oh, here it is. Broken Beasts of Beauty. It's by Loxley Savage. Like it wasn't an exceptional book, but it was like, okay, was not expecting that. I gave it 3 stars, but yeah, it's got a lot of like she's kept captive and stuff like that, and yeah, there's dragons in it, and yeah, like it's a reverse harem is the word I'm looking for. It was okay, and there's another one in the I think there's 3 in the series, or there's I don't think you need to read them in order or anything like that, but no, there's only 2. The other one is called 7 Sins of Snow. So that's a Snow White based one. So yeah, where are we at? Hi Nicole, finally made it today. I'm reading The Bridge Kingdom. Hello, how was your holiday? You back from looking after the grandbabies, and how did your daughter's holiday go? Hopefully it went well. And book 3 and 7 are my favorites. The heroes are the brothers, and they are just perfect. Awesome. And Brittany says she can't wait to read book 7. I was hoping to be caught up to book 7, but I didn't realize that they were going to go that way. I looked on my borrow box, and they're definitely not on there. So not that I could find anyway. So yeah, but looks like I'm not going to be up to this. So I'll just come and watch you guys read it, and on your, because you've got sprints for that, haven't you? I know Scribd is so rude for that. It's really annoying. Someone said if you download the books, then you can read them, but I've done that and it's still gone not available. And all the rest of it. But then other times I've gone in a couple of days later, and then suddenly they're available again. So I'll quickly download a book in a series and stuff like that. So it's almost like playing Russian roulette with Scribd. Like, it's going to work today. Yeah. But anyway. I'm lucky my US library has them. Excellent. I think Libby might have them, but I don't have Libby. I've got to go and join a Brisbane library, and I might actually do that on the weekend, because I've got to go down to Brisbane and pick up a model stitch. So I might duck into the city and see if I can't sign up at the State Library or over at the Square Library or something like that, and hopefully then I can get onto Libby, and then I'll be able to get it. So yeah. All right, we have got to the end of the comments, and I've been prattling on for 26 minutes. Okay, obviously I had a lot to say today. We are going to go for a 45-minute sprint. Let me just bring up the one that I want. Hide that. We're going to go for a garden scene today. I thought that would be a nice one. All right, we'll start that, and I'll see you all in 45 minutes. everybody? How did everybody go in that sprint? I got up to, I think I had read 2 pages, maybe 3 pages, but I'm up to page 56 in this book. In the next sprint, I'm going to do my first check-in because, as I said, I'm doing this as a vlog. Heavy content in this one. I'm starting to think that Sally Hepworth, her books are, you're going to have to read them in the right frame of mind. And this one is a little bit too close for home for me. But anyway, we'll see how we go. You'll get to see my thoughts in my vlog. I'm not too sure when this vlog's coming out because I'm still debating whether I'm going to use the footage that I've got for the books that I've already read during the month of May when I was doing my Kindle Unlimited challenge. So I'm not 100% sure whether I'm going to use it this week or the following week. We'll see how we go. I might slip an extra vlog in there. We'll see. I mean, I've got that footage there, so I may as well put something together. I don't know if I did all of the books that I read, so maybe I'll just use what I've got and see what happens. Just never know. We had a few people join in that sprint as well. Rolanda has joined us. From what I've been told, good morning. From what I've been told, you have to live in the catchment area of Brisbane Library. I see I was going to join. They're seeing as I was going once a month. Was told that I live out of the catchment area. Yes, but you can go and join the state library because the state library is the state library. So I've just got to do a check. For those who are wondering what that comment is about, I was mentioning that I don't have Libby, but because I don't know 100%, but I'm pretty sure that the state library has Libby, so I'll just have to check with them. If not, I will. I'll just have to see what. I don't know. I haven't looked into it and all that sort of stuff, but at the end of the day, if they want people to borrow from their library and keep it going, then they'll just have to step up and let me join. And I'm sure I can find someone with an address in Brisbane catchment area. I'm pretty sure I can do that. Anyway. It's what it is. ML, hi, so excited about these. Awesome. Hello. Thank you for being here. Hello, Pat. Welcome. Thank you for joining. Pat is just saying a good morning to everybody. Hello. Everybody's getting a nice little hello from Pat. And of course, Pat is telling us to give a thumbs up to this video. Thank you very much, Pat. I appreciate that, and reminding us to definitely hydrate. And I do have to remember to do that today because I realized the last couple of days, because it's cold, when it's cold, I don't tend to drink as much water. And I've been drinking a lot of coffee. So I need to get some water into my system today to flush out that coffee. And so I don't end up with a thyroid crash. So I have to be I love my coffee, but I have to be very mindful of drinking water. Otherwise I end up having some really bad days and can't afford to do that. Not in the next couple of weeks, not with the magazine coming out and the amount of stitching I've got to do. I'll tell you, once this magazine comes out, I'm not going to want to stitch anything for a month. But then I've got to start on the spring stuff. So I'm a little bit behind with designs and all that sort of stuff. This chart that I'm doing right now it's not big. It's just that I keep getting interrupted with phone calls and all that sort of stuff. And then, I've got life stuff and then kids and all that. So it's taken me a little bit longer, and I've only really been able to get to stitching for about 3 hours a day, and there's some fancy stitches and stuff in there, so it takes a bit long, and I've sort of slowed down on my stitching. But all I have left to do is the alphabet, and I'm doing a row of stitches at the moment, and then the border. So I'm thinking that the border is really easy because I've already done the same sort of pattern in the design, and I can't really show you because it's part of my Patreon, which is the Down the Rabbit Hole magazine, which is a cross-stitch magazine, online cross-stitch magazine that I design for and produce. And I have other designers from around the world that contribute to it as well. And people on my Patreon get that. And so, yeah, so I can't really show you, but I can talk about it. This one has taken me a little bit longer because I've done some fancy stitches and all that sort of stuff, and I want to get it right because it's like, if it was just for me and I was just playing around with it, you know, if I made a mistake, it wouldn't matter. But if I make a mistake, I have to unpick it because this is going to go for a photo shoot next week. And so not this Saturday coming, the Saturday after is when the magazine gets released, and it's our first ever sampler magazine. So we have 4 special editions that we do: a Biscogne and Smalls edition, a sampler edition, a Halloween edition, and a Christmas edition, along with a summer, autumn, winter, and a spring edition. So I have 8 coming out. And as I said, this one is new. So there's a lot of stuff got to happen in the background to get all the templates set and all that sort of stuff to make my job in the future a lot easier. And Rolanda, who is in the comments right now, has been helping me out. And tomorrow I've got to go down. Like tomorrow I would normally be finalizing everything, but I've got to go down and pick up some stuff. I've got to pick up some supplies, and I've also got to pick up a model stitch from Rolanda as well. But I'm really happy with what's come in. A couple of the designers are stepping out of their comfort zone as well, like and incorporating some different things that they've wanted to try and all that sort of stuff. So it's been good in that aspect as well, which is absolutely fabulous. But of course, I'm behind because I've had to do a lot of stitching, and I had 2 designers pull out. So I'm replacing those 2 designs that I accounted for with stuff that I've designed. So, and that's where Rolanda came in. She stitched something up for me. I've still got some red work ones to do, which aren't overly complicated. It's just backstitch, but it's time. So I don't know if it's going to get out on the 15th. That's what I'm striving for. So next Monday on sprints, basically during that time, I will be starting layout and all that sort of stuff. And then Tuesday I've got a filming day, and then Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of next week will be just layout. I'm hoping to get all the layout done possibly on Sunday night, and then just put image to come, because I'm waiting on some photos to come in to put in. And obviously I've got to do my finishing as well. And my proofreader is okay with that, because she knows that the photos, that she doesn't need to do anything for that. That's my end. So basically, she will go through and make sure that all the spelling and everything is correct and whatnot. I generally don't send the magazine off to her for the special editions, but there is an article going in on what constitutes a sampler. So yeah, and I've got to write that as well. So yeah, sleep is overrated, right? And I'm not a very good writer either. So a lot of time I write it out in pencil, and then I read over it, change a few things, and I've got to do research at the same time. So I've also got to go to the library, to the state library, and just check out some books and whatnot, and see if I'm on the right track and I've got all the information that I need on all the points that I want to cover in this article. I also have the option to scrap that article. So there's that as well. But because it's the first one, I missed the opportunity with the Biscogne issue and didn't put in the history of the Biscogne and all the rest of it. So I sort of want to do that for the first sampler one. After that, we generally don't have articles in it. It is just pure charts and embroideries and stuff like that. And it's all new. Like, I've been doing this for a while, but all these the special editions are all new. So it's just finding my feet and all the rest of it. Eventually, I would like to be in a position with designers and all that sort of stuff where we can have something coming out monthly. But at the moment, we have 8 issues a year. We miss a couple of months, which is December and January. And we miss June. We don't put anything out in June. So yeah, so other than that, we've got something coming out every other month. Tina is saying hello to Pat. I don't know how I got onto that from Hydrate, but anyway. Welcome to the messy stage of my brain where I've got so many things on the go in my brain and I'm trying to keep them all track. I'm going to have to do a brain dump a bit later, I think, and just get some of this stuff out. Lois, her holiday was a great. The grandkids certainly kept me on my toes. I got lots of cross stitch done while they were at school, and my daughter attended a conference in Colorado, which went well, I think. Awesome. And obviously they're all back home now. Read almost a chapter and made some onion bacon mac and cheese for dinner. Yum, that sounds good. Coming to your place. I'll be there in a couple of days. It might take me a while. Sally Hepworth's books are great. Very thought-provoking. Some have made me think about my beliefs. Yeah, one of the ones that I have read in this vlog, which was The Things We Keep. That one was quite thought-provoking. This one's pretty close to home. So basically I just like, I'm like, do I want to continue reading it? So what I've been doing with the vlog is I read a couple of chapters. Obviously I've read a few more than a couple to start this off, and I do a check-in and go, right, this is the tone of the book, and then I check in at my standard 100 pages, because this is when I'm going to decide whether I'm going to DNF or continue on. In some cases when I've done vlogs, I haven't done that, and I've DNF'd the book and never talked about it because it was just rubbish, or just didn't fit for me, and then I do my final thoughts. So that's sort of what I'm trying to do at the moment, have a little bit of structure, and then I just have a little bit of life stuff. In this case it'll be mostly crafting stuff, but I'm not too sure when it's going to go up. It does, right? It does sound delicious. Brittany made it to 78% in The Paris Daughter. Awesome. And Sarah read 32 pages. Excellent. Everybody's making a lot of progress. That is awesome. I had coffee, finished my book, and trying to decide what to read next. All right. So put up what you have for the choices that you have. But that is excellent that you finished a book. That's awesome. Rolanda says, okay, I'll check out the State Library. I don't know if the State Library has come. Just download the Libby app and put it in and see if it works. Do I have it on here? I don't think I do. Yeah. Search or browse for something to borrow at your library. I've got the Libby app here. Add a library card for the Brisbane City Council Library Services and you can borrow. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure the State Library falls under Brisbane City. So you have to just go and check it out. Yes, Nina, it is very delicious. Okay, Mood Reader, your name is Nina. Is that correct? I wanted to say that before, and then I'm like, I don't know if I'm right. I'm terrible with names. But anyway, Tina's saying thank you for the reminder on hydration. And Rolanda is, I'm stitching at the moment and housework soon. No. Veto the housework. Isn't there a saying about stitching now, housework later? Just veto housework altogether. I actually got, you would have seen if you were looking at the screen, I kept picking up my phone. My husband sent me a message on that. He done an oil, so he goes, okay, car oil is done, tray plate is screwed on, so no need to take it in and out now, because I've got a car that I've got to test drive. So not only am I going to Brisbane to do some stuff, I'm also test driving a car to make sure it's okay, because it's gone through the workshop and there was a problem with the bearing, so I could end up being on the side of the road waiting for my knight in shining armor, who is my husband, who's a tow truck driver, to come pick me up tomorrow. So I'm going to start out my day pretty early just in case there's a problem. So I got a message, car oil done, tray plate is screwed on, no need to take it in and out. Cats are out in the play cage, and the next door neighbor has been told that I am not doing the job for him. And then I type back, no worries, I'll hang out your washing, because that's all I have to do today, because I did all my housework last night. while listening to a book. And I just needed to get up and walk around last night because I had been sitting down most of the day stitching. So yeah, and my husband's having a really bad day with customers and jobs and all that sort of stuff. He's had cancellations, he's had people hassling him, people querying, like trying to barter with him on price and stuff like that. And he drives a truck that has wear and tear. Petrol costs what it costs, and the prices are already cheap and non-negotiable. So like, and people are like, yeah, trying to barter and all the rest of it. And he doesn't like, he really has a problem with saying no. Can say no to us all the time without a problem. And I say that to him. I'm like, if we ask for something, you can say no, or you don't have time, or whatever. I'm like, just start treating them the same way, and you'll be right. But yeah, he's like, he's not dealing well. And I just said to him, I'm like, are you okay? He goes, I'll be fine. I'm just going to go and lock myself in my workshop. I'm like, okay, you do that. Take a day off. Take a day. I say you take a day. So yeah. Hi, Pat. I just finished grading for the day. Woohoo! So I might actually read. Oh my goodness. That is awesome. I'm so glad that you have finished grading for today. That is excellent. Pour yourself a nice cuppa or a drink if you so choose, and sit back and relax and read. We're here for quite some time, so you'll get a lot of reading in done today. That is awesome. Everybody's saying good job, well done, yay. And Zara has gone off to work. Be back in a few hours. I will probably still be here later on. I'm not finishing up until after 5 o'clock today. I do have to duck off at around 3 o'clock. So hopefully I'll be sprinting. If not, we will go to a quick, we'll go to a 45-minute and have a short chatty break is the word I'm looking for. Yeah, sometimes my words don't like to come out. I always finish books during sprints lately. I love it. That is awesome. I am so glad. I am very, very glad about that, Nina. Now that I'm actually quite surprised that I remembered your name. And I know that I actually heard someone else say it in the last couple of days, and I think that's why it was still fresh in my mind. So yes, that is excellent. All right. Well, we are at the end of the comments. Let me see where we are. And let me just refresh that, and we'll start that in a second. But we are at the end of the comments. I've got to go and hang some washing out because my house has finished shaking, so I know that the washing machine has finished. I'll go and hang out my husband's clothing because he is at the workshop this weekend. So I've got to deliver them in the morning to him. And then that way he won't have to come back over here to worry about it. We've got a very weird relationship at the moment. We're sort of living in he's living in two places at the moment because he's trying to clean up his workshop after we had someone working for us that was just really disorganized, and he's trying to get it back to what it was or what it should have been from the beginning. And so we've got really noisy neighbors, and because he drives a truck, he's got like a makeshift room over at the workshop. So Friday, usually for the weekends, he's over there, but for the last week and a half, 2 weeks, he's been over at the workshop. So he came home last night and spent the night, and he came home, I think it was Sunday night as well. But I haven't seen much of him. So I just said, look, just bring your washing. Normally he just brings it and washes it, hangs it out himself. But I said, bring it home. I'll wash it all out and hang it for you. And then I'll drop it back. And then that way you don't have to come back over here during the weekend, and you can get what you need to get done. So he's like, oh, thanks. That saves me so much time, because it's to where his workshop is. It's a 40-minute round trip. So it takes a long time for, it takes an hour out of your day, essentially. By the time you get in the truck, drive, and then you come back here, it could be an hour and a half. You get caught up with stuff here and all that sort of stuff. So it'll just save him some time. Oh, look at Coda. Hello. Welcome. We are just about to go to a sprint. So bust out your book and get ready to start reading. All right, let's go and start this timer, and I'll stop prattling on. I'll swap pages. And I will see you all in 45 minutes. Hello! How did everybody go during that sprint? Okay, so I got to part 2 of my book, and just before we went to part 2, oh my lord, that's all I can say. I also, in that sprint, hung out some washing, put another load on, had something to eat, filmed my first check-in for the Mother's Promise for the vlog. Yeah, so it's all happening. All right, we had a few people join during that sprint and just before as well. Let me know how much you got read or if you did anything other than reading, because it's not all about reading. As you can see, I'm also working. I have officially moved on to the next section, which is great. And I just sent a check-in to Rolanda because it's been a bit of a joke this week as far as my stitching goes. Coda joined just before we went to sprint, so I'll just say hello again to Coda. It's great to see you here. I've missed you. Haven't been around for the last couple of weeks and have missed you, so hopefully you'll get some reading in. And Leandra also joined us as well. Hi everybody, joining late because I was feeding a stray kitty. Well, that's a good reason to be late on that. So hopefully it's a lovely kitty and it's not a scratchy kitty, because sometimes those strays can be a bit scratchy and whatnot, and you have to sort of worry about other, like, we don't have to worry about rabies or anything here from stray animals, but yeah, that's concerning. Yeah, anyway, hopefully the kitty enjoyed it, and yeah, you never know, it might become your friend. And hey Nell, how you going? Comments are working over here. Did they end up working for you? Sorry, I didn't pop back. I've been trying to get this cross stitch done and I never popped back, but I do apologize for that, but I did leave you open. So yeah. So hopefully they ended up working for you in the end. Capricia, oh hi, I'm sorry I'm late eating dinner. That is okay. That is fine. That is fine. And Hannah also joined us as well during that sprint. Hey Hannah, how are you going? How was your book club? And what book are you reading for your book club? I forgot to ask you over in Discord earlier what you were reading. I also made myself another cuppa. I'm having a chai tea now because I don't think I need any more coffee. I will by about 2 o'clock. And Sarah Y read 34 pages. Excellent, excellent. Nell was very productive. Awesome. Put 2 threads into the cross stitch and then read a few pages of book for Lois. That's awesome. And I figured that Nell's sprints have finished because you've popped over. Hannah made it 14%. The Horrors of Fox Hollow Farm. Awesome. Are you enjoying it? I've never heard of it, so I might have to go and have a look at that. I'm feeling like I'm in the mood for something like a horror book or whatever. I'm not generally a mood reader. I'm definitely a structured reader. Like I have usually have a TBR every month, but sometimes I like do a mood TBR where I have, well, like I think I've got about 200 books on my to be read on my bookshelves, right? Maybe a little bit under. I've done a couple of large book hauls from the secondhand book vendor, and I haven't really counted, and there's been a few that Savannah has put on the shelf as well. So I think when I counted in February, I think I had 132 books, and I think I said in the video I had 129, but 2 arrived just after I'd done that video. So yeah, and I've added quite a number of books since then, and that's just my physical shelf. That it does not include my Audible or my Kindle. A lot of time I get the KU books with audio and I burn through them pretty quickly, but I generally don't read any at the beginning of the year, and then come May time, the month of May, I do that Kindle Unlimited challenge and I read them all, and that's why I read 20 books in May. So yeah, so I have a lot on my shelf, and sometimes I just sort of get a feeling like I want to read some horror or some fantasy or stuff like that. So I'll build my TBR around that. So it's like a mood TBR. And then I will read those books. If I set it down that I'm going to read it, I will endeavor to get through all of those books. It's rare that I'll take a book over into another month, unless, of course, it's the Wheel of Time, because there's 14 books in that. And I've actually rolled book 5 over the last 2 months. I haven't got to them, so I need to read some of that. And I'm thinking that I'm actually going to listen to that in the car tomorrow, because I've only got 4.5 hours left on that. So that will be the trip down and the trip back. I can get that finished. My question is, if Sarah White is still here and Leandra, can I count that book towards my tally for this month, or do I just leave that off? If you can let me know for the Beachathon, because I've had it for 2 months, but I'll be finishing it this month. So, and it'll be more than half of the book that I think I have half of the book, maybe a little bit less than half of the book. So if you can let me know in the comments, that would be great. Because either way, I'm going to listen to it tomorrow. And it's a really good book. Like, I often do listen to that when I am driving. Now, this book, when I go into book 6, that will then become part of my Woolfelt Rambles for my craft channel. And obviously I'm still buddy reading it with Storytime Sid from Storytime with Sid, and Coda is also buddy reading that with us as well. So it'll still be part of that, and I'll still talk about it, but I won't be powering through them as much, unless, of course, I get really sucked into it. So if I get really sucked into the story, then obviously I'll be working on Woolfelt Rambles even more. And I know that most of you are probably thinking, what is Woolfelt Rambles? It is this massive project that a friend of mine purchased for me for my Patreon channel. It's going to take me about 18 months to finish. And I thought, while I was working away one weekend, I think I was on Leandra's sprint, and I think Leandra pulled it up and shared it on the screen, what it looks like. And so basically it's going to take me about 18 months to do this project. It's all done with wool felt. It's a wool felt applique, whereas you're taking shapes of wool felt and you're creating a scene. And it's called Round the Garden. So if you Google Round the Garden by Wendy Williams, it will come up. It's a massive circle. It's got lighthouses in it. It's got a whole heap of stuff happening in the center. And each month I do an update on my Patreon for it, and they're coming along for the journey of it. So originally I was just doing updates. Now I'm actually vlogging. Every time I work on it, I vlog it. So sometimes we end up with an hour video. Sometimes we might only end up with half an hour video. My original goal was to have each season done in the season. It hasn't worked out that way. So I'm just doing it as a vlog style, and then I'm putting that up in Patreon. And so basically, I figured that what I would do is, because Wheel of Time is such an epic series, like there's 14, and I'm only up to book 5, halfway through book 5, I thought, well, you know what, I can have that book, and while I'm listening to that, I can do some, because that means that I'll stick longer at the project. I won't get I'll come back to it later, because I'll be engrossed in the story, and it's a lot of mindless stitching and stuff like that, which is great, because I'm doing something with my hands and I'm also getting through the Wheel of Time. So that is the plan once I get to book 6, because tomorrow I'm driving and whatnot. So that is the plan for the Wheel of Time. But if you can let me know, you probably already let me know, but I haven't got to the comments yet. Didn't read, but was looking at the sunset with my parents. The sky is like yellow and pink, and was doing a little bit of planning for a crochet project. I wanted to blend those two words then. I don't know what word was going to come out, but it was going to be weird. That is awesome. What sort of crochet project are you looking at? Nell says, hey, Leandra. Hey, Nell, long time no see. And missed you too. I'm less hermity in summer, so I've not been reading as much. I get that. In summertime I like to get out and about. In winter you can always find me at home with a book. Like, I've even had to back off on my behind the scenes weekly vlogs in my Patreon during the winter months, because I go into like a hibernation mode. This is about as much socializing as I do. in winter. I am definitely a girl that curls up under a blanket with a book and gets lost in many different worlds. Just love reading in winter. It's just, there's nothing more cozy, really. Yes, they are working now, thank goodness. Yeah, when I got logged on, they were working straight away. So I'm like, whew, thank goodness for that, which I even said over in your comments. I hope they're working when I go on. Mainly because of my eyesight, because it's harder to, like, because these glasses are what I use for the computer, and they're nice and clear. They're my old glasses. My new glasses aren't great. Are not great at all for the computer, but to read my phone and the comments, I would have to hold it out with these glasses. So it would have been quite a tricky experience. So I'm glad that they were working. Hannah said her book club was good. We read The Hotel Nantucket by Ellen Hildebrand. Oh, that's a mouthful. Our next book is Everyone in My Family Has Murdered Someone. Oh, that sounds good. That's a good title. And did you like your book club book? Was it good, or was it just mediocre? Because sometimes, like, you're reading books that other people have picked for you. And I sometimes find it a little bit because I wasn't in the right frame of mind for that book, or whatever the case may be. Next month is going to be interesting because Chrissy Stitches, who is in the comments, she has actually picked my TBR for me. And then I realized when I started this vlog that one of the books in this vlog was actually on her TBR that she picked for me, and I didn't realize that until after I'd finished it. So she's had to replace it with another one. So yeah. I found a pattern for a crocheted puff quilt. It's 3-inch crochet squares that you stuff. Oh, okay, cool. Well, yeah, like you can do that with fabric as well. There are puff quilts that you can do. I've never seen it done with crochet, so that's interesting. You stuff it and then sew it together, and if I make 4 a day, I'll have a blanket in October. Awesome. That'll be pretty easy because, like, what were those 3-inch crochet squares? That's not, you could actually probably double that size and you'd get to it quicker, because 3 inch isn't very big at all on that. But that, it sounds so cute. And that is so much easier than buying a new blanket. Yeah. So true. Sarah Y, just up to you now. Awesome. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, so the answer to my question, as long as you finish it in July, it counts. Okay, well, I'll be finished that tomorrow. Like, it's got, I want to say 800 pages in it, and I think I'm at 400, 500 pages. I haven't picked it up. So yeah. I'll have to go and check it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that I'm about 500 pages in. I'm probably less. I'm just probably talking it up a bit, and when I look at it, go, dang, I'm only at page 300. I've done that before with Chugster books. I try not to look at the page number because I find that can be very demotivating, if that makes sense. Like, because already know it's a big book, and Wheel of Time is like 14 books, and they're all Chungsters. And so if you start looking at page numbers, for me anyway, I find that I start to get disheartened by the size of the book, even though if you've been around for a while, you know that I read a lot of pages, like big Chungster books and whatnot. So with that one, I'm trying not to look at the pages. So that's why I'm a little bit vague and don't know where I'm up to, but I think I'm about halfway through. But that'll be another, well, this one I'm already up to part 2, which is page 102. So I'll be finished this one today. I'll probably finish that during sprints today. I probably won't end up doing any immersive reading for this, but I will end up starting. I'll probably keep listening to Wheel of Time tonight after I go to bed, and then tomorrow I'm in the car for 6 hours. I know that I'm in the car for 6 hours, and then if I go shopping or anything like that, I usually stick an audio book in and whatnot. 18 months is dedication. Yeah, go and look it up. It is huge. Like, I did not realize how big it was, and from time to time you'll get to see it on here because Fridays are sort of days that I'm trying to do crafting and stuff like that, so I can keep on top of videos and everything. So sometimes you'll see a tripod hanging over it, because I can do a voiceover for those. I don't necessarily have to be talking at the time. I like to do a little bit of talking at the beginning of the video. That's not a voiceover, so it's up to date. And then I will just continue that conversation on once I've got to the end of it. And then basically, yeah, I just film it and then I do the voiceover. It makes it a lot easier. And sometimes with that too, like if I'm starting a new stitch, I'll say what stitch I'm doing, how to do it, and then I will keep stitching, but I'll put music to it. And I generally just put some classical music, not always classical, but something along those lines where it's just calming music and whatnot. And then I just keep going along with it. And before I know it, over the course of a month, I've put together usually about 4 or 5 hours of video, and then I just take bits and pieces from that and put it together, and it makes it nice and easy. But if I can do it like a book each month, and every time I listen to Wheel of Time, I'm going to get through it pretty quick. I think if you bring it up, there's a whole circle of really tiny little bits of embroidery that I've got to do. That bit there is going to take the longest. All the bigger stuff doesn't take very long to put together. And at the moment, I am putting leaves onto a tree. So once I get that done, then I'll be doing some embroidery on that, and then I'll do the section of houses that are around it. But it is beautiful. Like, it's so, I've admired this piece for so long, and then I got a lovely surprise at the beginning of the year. A friend sent it to me because my daughter went off to uni, and she said, this will keep you company whenever you're missing Savannah. So yeah, so I sort of work on it when I'm missing Savannah. Sometimes I'll do a conversation, but I really want to get the Wheel of Time done as well. So I figured I'll tie the two together because it's an epic piece and an epic fantasy. So yeah, I think it'll go together really well. Coda is also on a book 5 still. Enjoy the summer. Before you know it, the cooler months will be here and you'll be catching up in no time at all. Did you ever go back to, like, are you still reading it, or did you go to audio in the end? I forgot to ask you over in Discord. And Sid's channel's been pretty quiet. I haven't seen anything pop up, but then I was also very quiet on BookTube watching last month. So this month I've had a lot of people pop up that I hadn't seen pop up in my feed, which has been good. I've been getting back to them. Same with winter for me. Never leave the house. Yeah, I hate it. Like, I don't even have my granddaughter come and visit in winter because she likes to go out to the park and all the rest of it. And I could not think of, I know this is really selfish and all that, but I could think of nothing worse than sitting in the park while it's windy and cold, trying to read a book. And no. No, thank you. I'm staying at home. Nell saying that both the books that you were talking about, Hannah, are on her TBR. That is awesome. I love the last book club pick. I love the New England region. The new book is in Australia during winter. So now, awesome. Well done. It's in the right time. What was that called again? Where was that? I'll have to go and suss that out, because my family, everyone in my family has murdered someone. Is it an Australian author or just set in Australia? Because that'll be interesting, because I'm trying to read more Australian authors and whatnot this year, because I totally lack in that area. And I talked about that on my book haul, my secondhand book haul that I put up the other day, which, thank you to everybody that's watched and commented on that. That's actually been apart from the newbie tag, that's actually been my best performing video that I've put up. I think I've had one other one that was, maybe it's my second best performing one. But yeah, I was really surprised when I answered a comment this morning and it said that I had over 120 views on it. I'm like, oh, wow. Okay. But it was a big book haul. Rolanda got held up on an important phone call. I got a little bit of stitch done as well. That is awesome. Hello, Camilla. Thank you very much for joining. And you're reading The Echo of Old Books by Barbara Davis. I think that is on my TBR. It sounds familiar. So, yeah, that must be on my TBR, because that name definitely sounds familiar for sure. Yeah, no cold parks for sure. What chapter are you on? I just finished chapter 28. I will have to get that in the next spring because it's actually in my bedroom. It's not out here. The pitfalls of wearing black and wool in a craft. It looks like your craft room has thrown up on you. Constantly pulling threads off. I will grab it during the next sprint and I'll let you know in the next chatty bit. We have just got to the end of the comments, so I am going to set up for our next sprint of 45 minutes. We'll start that, and I will see you all in 45. Hello. How did everybody go with that one? I just noticed that my internet is on Wi-Fi, so I'm probably really blurry. I am up to chapter 31, and I am in about 5 letters into the next section on my cross stitch. So hopefully today all I want to do is get this alphabet done. And then if I get that done, I can just put it aside and I can not think about it until Sunday. And then I'll do the border on Sunday or Saturday night when I get home, because I've got to go to Brisbane tomorrow, as I was saying earlier. And yeah, so basically I've got 6 hours of driving, and I've got to go and drop the stuff off to my daughter. I've got to go and see Rolanda and pick up a model stitch, and then I'm coming straight home. So I'm not doing anything down there. So I should be home and rested up enough to do some stitching tomorrow night. So I'll probably start and I might just set myself up in the bedroom tomorrow night, because I just spoke to my hubby and he's not coming home tomorrow night either. He's going to just keep doing what he needs to do, and which is fine by me. That's fine, because I've got a lot on. And sometimes if we get really busy with work, we'll just go about our business and then we'll meet somewhere in the middle. Like last Monday, I ended up going to Brisbane with him because he was home. He was coming home and he was heading to Brisbane. And so I finished up on sprints on Monday, and then I went down to Brisbane with him. I didn't get home until late, but we got to hang out for 6 hours solid while we were driving. So you just take it where you can get it. Not a very romantic date night, but, you know, it is what it is. What can you do? All right, where was I up to with the comments before we went there? I think Nell is still going on her sprint, so I just popped in and said hi on there. Well, they were still on a sprint, so they probably finished that now. I think they'd be chit-chatting. So hey Camilla from Nell, and Hannah says, it looks like it's set in Australia and has won awards from Australia. I can't send any information about the author. And she also sent the link through to me, and I got that. So thank you very much for that, Hannah. I will check that out. I don't recognize the name, but Chrissy is popping in and out today at school holidays where she is. So, yeah, so I might ask her if she knows who the author is. And so Benjamin Stevenson, I'm not too sure whether he's Australian or not. But as I said, I don't know why I have not read a lot of Australian books. And I have been enjoying myself, and a lot of the books that I've got, because I'm not too sure whether I'm going to like them or not, have been secondhand. So it's been really good. I've been getting a lot. And the guy that I go and see at the markets, the vendor, he has a big section of Australian authors. So it makes it nice and easy for me to go and see. And he also has given me his phone number. So anything that I'm looking for, he will see if he's got it in his pile of stuff, which is really good. So yeah. Alrighty. Lois, I have just finished a book called Spice Road, published in 2023 by Mahaya Imbaram from Sydney, which was quite good. I've actually seen that in the bookstores, I think, and I'm hoping it's in the fantasy genre. Have I seen that in the bookstores, or have I seen that someone's talked about it? I think maybe. Anyway, the name is, I didn't realize it was Australian, so I'll have to have a look at that one as well. Hi everyone, Stormy has joined us. Hello Stormy. Meant to pop in earlier but got wrapped up in editing a video. Reading The Duke's Water by Edith Layton. Awesome. That is excellent. Didn't read, did some random things. Random things are always good. The next sprint I've got to go and hang out another load of washing and whatnot. So yeah, Leandra, I'm playing Checkup with my buddy Reed for the 5th season, so I'm going to keep reading and mute you. Happy chatting. Oh, that's fine, hun. Not a problem. Finished White Noise by Mercedes Mercia. Highly recommended if you like thrillers, especially Aussie thrillers set in Sydney. What part of Sydney was it set in? Sydney is my old stomping ground. Long time ago now. Illawarra then became, like, I moved from Sydney in 84 and 83 or 84, can't remember now. Early 84, I think it was. And then I went to the Illawarra, and yeah, I've lived all over New South Wales though. 11 different schools. My family were like nomads, bloody gypsies. Moved around heaps. Chrissy is saying yes, he's Australian. She believes he's an Australian author. Awesome. That will meet my criteria. No stitching that time or housework. I got caught up with another phone call and got some stitching mail in the goodies. I'm easily distracted today. It sounds like you need to be distracted today. So yeah. Chris asked, do you follow any of the Australian book prizes? No, I don't really actually, but I was thinking about I've looked at a couple of them, and because I have never really gravitated towards Australian authors. Again, I'll say it. I don't know why. Chrissy is all over Australian authors, and so she's my go-to girl. Like if I want to know anything, and as you see, and she said yes, but Benjamin Stephen is Australian. She believes so. I'm thinking that I will probably look. Is it the Stella Awards? Is that one of the bigger Australian ones? And then there's the book industry one. When I looked for the book industry one, I could not find any sort of information on dates and all the rest of it when I looked, and so I sort of just gave up. So I just focused on the Women's Prize for Fiction this year. But I mean, the Women's Prize for Fiction, you can end up with all sorts of authors on there, so you can end up with Australian authors and whatnot as well. But I'm pretty sure it's the Stella Award off the top of my head, but I've never really looked into them, and realistically I've never really looked into any other. I check out the Booker one every now and again, but mostly the Women's Prize for Fiction is the one that I always look at. And because I mean, at the end of the day, I read a lot of books across all the different genres and all the rest of it. But as I said, this year I really wanted to focus on reading more Australian authors. And Pip Williams was what spurred that on, because I read her book, The Dictionary of Lost Words, and then she's got her second book that came out. And this year I have read some Jane Harper, which was really good. I'm reading Sally Hepworth at the moment. I've read Leanne Moriarty, which I really enjoyed her books. What's the other guy's name? Someone Dalton. Forget his first name, but I read his All the Shimmering Skies, which was quite good. It wasn't really, like, it was good. The story was great and all the rest of it, but it was probably a little bit too flowery for me. Even though I read classics, I don't necessarily like it in my modern books and whatnot. Like, you expect it. You have an expectation of flowery writing, you know, very atmospheric and all the rest of it from your Victorian classics and all those sort of classics from that, you know, the 1800s and the early 1900s. You expect that. But I'm not a fan of flowery writing in modern writing. I like modern day books. So, yeah, so weird, I know, but that's just how sometimes I will, though. I will read them. And I read his, I can't even think of his name. It's something Dalton. And I got it. It's called All the Shimmering Skies, and it was it was set around, it was historical fiction, and it was set in Darwin, and it was set around a gravedigger girl and her story of trying to get rid of the curse on her family, essentially. So yeah, so I'm just like, that's bugging me now. I cannot think what his name is. But yeah, so like, a lot of time I can stumble across books that are written by Australians, but I don't necessarily gravitate towards them. So Trent Dalton is his name. And I really, like, I did enjoy that, and I probably would read more of his. One that I believe it's set in Australia, but I don't know if it's an Australian author. One that I have just keyed up to read, which I had in my Audible for ages, and then I sent a trailer for it. It is called The Lost Flowers of Alice Hart. And I believe, let me just bring that up, the author is Holly Ringland. I'm not too sure if she's an Australian. It was the winner of the 2000 and so it actually won in 2019 the Australian Book Industry Award. I don't know how I know this information, but I know the abbreviation of it. I must just pick things up as I go. Like I've never read, like I very rarely read Australian authors. But then again, I probably do, and I don't even realize they're Australian because for some reason I thought Kate Morton was an English writer, but she's not. She's an Australian. She grew up in Southeast Queensland. So yeah, like I was quite surprised when I opened up the book the other day and I went, oh, she's an Australian. Like I did not know that. So yeah, anyway. Also watching the USA version of The Traders. Don't know what that is. Don't watch TV, so I have no idea. Lois, it looks like it's the first of a planned trilogy. Sounds interesting. That's awesome to know. I will wait until the second book comes out, hopefully the third, and then I can read them back to back. For some reason, if there's a trilogy, I prefer to just read the books back to back. If it's a big series like Wheel of Time, I will string it out a little bit. But if it's a short series, like if it's only a trilogy or whatever, I just like to get it over and done with. So needless to say, unless it's still a continuing series, like I'm at the second book and the third book hasn't been released, they're about the only things that I have on my shelf that I still have to read in the way of a series. Excuse me. ML ran to Trader Joe's, got some snacks in the last sprint. Awesome. And the book that White Noise was in Western Sydney, Westmead and Parramatta area. I went to Parramatta Primary School. And I used to live where I don't know if the army barracks are still there or not, but our block of units backed onto the back of the Parramatta Army Barracks that were there. And there used to be tanks and all the rest of it pretty much in my backyard. Chris said, I just read Deborah Dank's We Come From This Place, and it was really good. Awesome. Good to know. Thank you. Trent Dalton. Yeah, I know. I'm terrible with names, and I can always count on Chrissy to correct me. So, yeah. I finished One Italian Summer by Pip Williams. Didn't really enjoy it. My expectations were up there after reading her other two books, which I thoroughly enjoyed. Yeah. But that One Italian Summer is a nonfiction. That is like a memoir, isn't it? It's not actually a novel. So that's probably why. If you don't like memoirs or you're not into nonfiction, then you probably wouldn't enjoy that. It probably would have been better to listen to it maybe as opposed to read it. I don't know which medium you went with, but yeah, I wanted to look into that, but I'm not going into it with high expectations because I did read up that it was when her and her sister went and traveled through Italy or something. They were looking for, I don't know, she was looking for a better life or something from my understanding. So, but yeah, I totally get that you probably wouldn't enjoy that. And I have been down that path before where you've read a book and then the author's brought out a nonfiction and you're like, why am I reading this? I prefer their fiction. So that's totally understandable. Hello, Danny. Thank you very much for joining. Glad that you're here. I really appreciate you coming by. What are you reading today? Let me know in the comments. We are here for, we've just done 3.5 hours so far. We still have another 5 hours to go. Today is, if you haven't been here before, today is an 8-hour sprint and I am on until 5 o'clock and it is just gone 12:30 here. I don't know why I look at that clock when I have a clock right in front of me. I do it every time. I think because when I'm at the long arm machine, I look to the clock. Like it's a habit of just looking to that clock. But welcome. Do let us know what you are reading in the comments. You are in very good company here. All the regulars are here. I love Fridays. We all get together and hang out, and then we go and hang out on other people's sprints during the week, and then we meet up here at the end of the week. Camilla got 40 pages read. Excellent. Well done. And saying hello to Danny. Hello. Oops, they jumped in. Sorry about that. Yes, kind of. I did listen to it. The reader wasn't good either. Yeah, that also makes it really, really, really hard when the narrator is not good. So that is good to know because I was going to listen to it. I might just actually give it a wide berth and maybe read it sometime down the track and all the rest of it. So, yeah. Saying hello to Camilla. And Shannon's saying we had to read Picnic at Hanging Rock and then watch the movie. It went over well here. It's a very popular movie in the States. Well, that actually, that book I have never read, but I do have it on my shelf, but I've watched the movie and I absolutely love the movie. I thought it was absolutely well done. It was very mysterious. It was very atmospheric. And I haven't, as I said, I haven't read the book, but my daughter has read the book and not seen the movie. So I said to her, maybe you should watch the movie and I'll read the book and then we can compare notes. And because she, you can write down what you think. I already know about the movie and all the rest of it, because it was actually a movie that my mum really liked as well. And she had us watch it. I don't even know what year that was made, but I remember watching that when I was a teenager. And I've watched it several times throughout my life. Sometimes when I just want to just chill out and do some crafting or whatever, I'll put old movies on in the background or old series that I've already seen, and I just zone out and do my crafting. Danny is currently reading the 5th season, and she's doing a buddy read along with Leandra at the moment, and may switch to Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norwell, depending on how long I'm here. Awesome, no worries. Before you go, Coda, I basically am up to chapter 35, which is page 503. So I wasn't overestimating, and I've got about 300 and something, but a lot. I've still got all of that to read. So I will definitely get through that in the car tomorrow, because I do listen to these probably at 1.9. It's probably a little bit slower than what I do. But it'd be nice to get back into the world. We've got a bit of a glossary at the back of this book too. So let me just have a look. I think I have telling me what the next book is. I'm at 5, so I've got 375 pages to go in this one. So yeah, I will definitely be listening to that. And I've been doing a bit of both, immersive reading and also listening to it. But tomorrow I will be listening to it. Tonight I will probably read a few pages. And yeah, and go from there. So we have got to the end of the comments. We have just hit 12:30, so I'm going to go and hang out some washing and all that sort of stuff and keep listening to my book. And I must say, I've got to do the 100-page check-in for this. The social worker in this, I could just scream. That's all I'm going to say. Like, I could just scream with what she just did. Like, I understand why she did it, but I don't understand. At the same time, like, talk about assuming. And all the rest of it. All right, let me reset the timer to 45 minutes. We'll start our 45-minute sprint, and I will see you all in 45 minutes. Hello, everybody. My alarm didn't go off, and Chrissy just rang me. That made me look up. Sorry about that. I don't know why the alarm didn't go off then. It didn't go off on my end, and I can still hear the sound from that. So I do apologise about that. Fully engrossed in my work. What can I say? All right. So how did everybody go? Oh, let me just move that out of the way. Thanks, Chrissy. I don't know if you're back on or not, but yeah. Yeah. Oh, dear me. What can I say? What was the message you just sent me? I'm just looking down to see what it is. Woman, are you still alive? He's stitching away, I see. Oh, dearie me. All right. So let me know how you went in the comments. I do apologize for that. I don't know why the alarm didn't go off on that. Didn't hear it at all. I was fully engrossed in my book as well, which probably didn't help. I'm like, go for the young girl. Like, she suffers from social anxiety, and yeah, she's just had some like horrific things happen and all the rest of it, but she's really trying to push through and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, there's a whole lot of stuff happening in this book, and I've just got totally sucked into this story big time. Alrighty, so all right, no one's talking. Everybody's gone to sleep. Is it working? Can anybody hear me? That maybe everybody's nodded off. All right. Anyway, I got some book mail while we were sprinting. So this is for my TBR that Chrissy picked out for me. So this is Melina Marchetta's Looking for Alibrandi. That's a movie, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's a movie. So yeah. Goes to a Catholic school. Awesome. Yeah, so I'm be reading this in August as well as Jodi Picoult's The Pact. So I'll be reading that as well. That's a bit of a chunkster. How many pages is in this? Oh, it's only got 500 pages in it. It's not too bad. About 450. And we are doing a group read along for this over in Discord. I think Leandra is going to be part of that as well. And that is Long Bright River by Liz Moore. I have no idea what these books are about. I don't want to look about what they are about. But yeah, so I've got 3. These 2 were sent to me. Chrissy sent them to me. She said that these were 2 of her favorites. So she sent them as a gift, which was quite confusing at the time because Amazon didn't put in that they were gifts. So I was really confused because I had books coming at the same time. And yeah, so basically that's where I'm like, oh, wow. And then I'm like, thank you. So yeah, so they are getting read in August along with this one. And I've ordered all the books. No, there's an Australian, no, there's an Italian, there's an in between. Okay, I just read the little blurb on the back. So I've ordered all the books, and I just got a notification that another one will be arriving a bit later. We can hear you. Heaps of comments. Can you not see? No, I cannot see any of the comments coming up. Thanks, Chrissy. I will. The last one I got, which was Coda was heading off to watch TV. That's the last one. So I'm going to have to open up my YouTube to find out what is going on with the comments. So yeah, like it's actually not telling me anything. Like it's only like it says on YouTube that there's 18 people watching, and I'm not even seeing that on the thing. So obviously there's a bit of a blip with. Let me just see if I can get it up to the comments. It's buffering. It's buffering. All right. Okay. Let me see. Wow, there's a heap of comments. Let me just find where we were up to. Okay. So Coda had gone off to watch TV. And so there must be something wrong with StreamYard. So as long as you guys can hear me, That's all that matters, because the comments aren't working and also the sound or the alarm is not working. Because Chrissy is just Nicole, she was shouting at me. Your alarm didn't go off. Okay, it's a long one, silly me. No, it was 45 minutes. Okay, cool. Sorry, that took me. At least it happened right in the middle of the sprints, right? See, I wouldn't have known. I would have just kept stitching, thinking, yeah, okay, no worries. All right. Hi, Nicole. So glad to see you live. I hope you're doing well. That is from Storytime with Sid. Yes, I am doing really well. I feel so rude not looking at the camera, and all the rest of it. Where was I up to? Are we going to have a never-ending sprint? No. Well, we can if you want, but that's not very exciting, really, is it? And, I mean, I'm sure you're all sitting there giggling and all the rest of it, because I find it very funny. Coda is back. Hey, Coda, welcome back. Leandra is laughing. Chrissy is saying, I will ring her. See, at least Chrissy, like, this is why I have Chrissy as a moderator, because she is on the ball. Like, I have even woken up on a Sunday, think I've got nothing to do, and I'll get a message from her going, woman, are you putting up a short today? Oh, yeah, I forgot. But anyway, I'm back now. That's all that matters. So it's StreamYard's fault, because I do not have anything happening on my screen right now. The timer is ticking. It's telling me that there is only 12 people on here, when in actual fact there's 18. I'm not getting comments coming up or anything like that. So I don't know what's going on there. And Nell had that problem earlier on today as well. So yeah. I'm just reading all your comments. You're all so funny. Sydney is saying, hi, Coda. How are you, my dear friend? What are you reading? Chrissy is just wetting herself laughing because, yeah, that's just the way we roll around here. We don't offer support. We just point and laugh at our friends. We already had a 15-minute break without you. Awesome. Leandra says, next level productivity, Nicole. I don't think I heard the ringer either. I just saw that the timer had switched to another 45. Yeah. I didn't hear it at all. So, because I looked up and I still had like 13 minutes to go. And then I looked up again and there was like 8 minutes to go. And then I just happened to like Chrissy rang and must have rang and hung up because I got the sound in my ear from the Facebook call. I'll remind me to send you my actual phone number, Chrissy. So, yeah. Where was I up to? Coda is saying, well, I'm reading Fantastic Land tonight, but should know I'm listening to Wheel of Time again in the morning. So I don't think you were on when I said how much I've got to go. I'm up to page 503, which is chapter 35 in the Wheel of Time. And I think I may be actually 1 or 2 chapters ahead because I don't think I moved the bookmark after the last time I listen to it, because I listened to a little bit the other day, but I don't think I moved it. Tina's saying, yes, we can hear you. Is it middle grade, and what Wheel of Time are you on? Both Coda and I are on number 5. I believe Coda's on chapter 28. And yeah, so basically that was what is happening. Yes, I'm totally reading Long Bright River with you because I own it and it has been on my shelves for far too long unread. Yes, so basically all my books from the August TBR are starting to come in. I decided because it was Chrissy had sent me 2 of the books that are on the TBR that I decided to buy the rest. And considering how much I saved with my secondhand book haul, I had some spare cash. So, and I got a couple of them. I think this one was only $12 on Amazon. So I was pretty happy with that. Like, it wasn't too bad. I don't mind paying, anywhere from $10 to $16 for a book. Once it starts getting over that, no. Coda says his novel is It's a horror novel about some people trapped in an amusement park after a hurricane, and he's also still on chapter 5. Book 5 in Wheel of Time. Oh my gosh, that sounds so good, but terrifying, Sid says. And if I'm honest, hit a massive block on book 8. It's the shortest book of the whole series, and I'm struggling. Isn't that always the way, though? Like, you get to, like, you're plowing through a series and whatnot, and then you get to the smallest one, or you get to one that you just like, that's what's happened with me with book 5. I've hit book 5, and I'm just like, I need to stop. I just need to have a break. Coda's saying, oh my God, you're so far ahead. I thought you were taking a break. I thought that too when I read that she was up to book 8. I thought you were stopping at book 6 or book 7 and having a break. It's all right, Coda. I will remain with you. If you're up to chapter 28, so what are your 7 chapters behind me? Yeah, so basically we'll pretty much finish around the same time. I am driving tomorrow, so I will be listening to it, and I will have to check how long I've got to go on it, but I think that's only about 5 hours I've got left on it, maybe 4 hours, depending how fast, because not all the, like, book 4, I was able to listen to at 2 times speed, but book 5, I've only been able to listen at 1.9. I know that's not much difference, but it is actually a big difference. Like number-wise. Rolanda said, I had the sound on mute as I'm watching TV. However, Chrissy, it was a good idea to read the call. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, thank you, everybody. So how was your break? I didn't have one, so I do not know what is going on with the like, yeah, it's just not doing it. It's like it's frozen. Like, I can't even move the screen like open then. Maybe if I pop in and out, but then I don't know if it'll just stop working, so I won't do that. We'll just leave it as it is. Christina is hi, just joining tonight. Got caught up with some crazy book stuff. That's awesome. Crazy book stuff in a good way or crazy book stuff in a bad way? I'd like to know. Book 5 has such an insane ending that the slow plot was worth it to me. And I think that is what the problem is. This one just seems to be like, I feel like I've been listening to it for hours and hours, and I've read for hours and hours, and I've gotten nowhere. And that's what I feel like. Like, I honestly thought I was further along, and then when I looked, I'm like, really? Like, I've still got 300 and something pages to go. So yeah. So for those that have just joined, StreamYard is playing Funny Buggers and won't let me see the comments, so I can't put anybody's comments up on the screen, and the timer didn't work. So I'm thinking that I might just I'll just have to set my alarm on this so I know because it'll go off in my ear, and then I'll be ready to go, and I'll have my phone open and all the rest of it. But I am going to have to put my phone on charge. I've got people sending me messages now. What's going on? I have a new delivery guy. I got a notification that my Amazon parcel the other day for the shortlist got delivered. And they all came together because they were all from the same, they were all coming from New South Wales. And I spent the better part of an hour and a half looking everywhere for this parcel. I got online. I'm like, no, it hasn't been delivered. Has it maybe, like, I went out to the letterbox 3 times, making sure that there wasn't a card in there and all the rest of it. We have a new delivery guy, I think, or the other one's just gone on holidays. And so do you know where I found it? Shoved under the front of my daughter's car, which is a car that I'm not even driving right now. So it was only that I dropped the keys that I noticed it, because it had blue on it. It was blending in with her blue car, and it was wedged under it. And I'm like, why would you shove it under there? And then I heard a car, just the last sprint, I heard a car, and I'm like, was that in my driveway? Anyway, I went out and here is my next parcel on her windscreen. I'm like, seriously? My other guy, he brings it around to the back door, or if he hears me at the front here, he'll just tap lightly on the door and say parcel. I'll hear him and I know I've got a book or a parcel to pick up. But this new driver, it's like hide and seek with my parcels. Like, who shoves it under a car? I mean, it's in a safe place. Unless someone knocks the car off, they're not going to find it. So yeah. Where was I up to? Storytime with Sid says book 5 was such an insight. We've read that one. Yep. And it was and book 5 is your favorite. Okay, I didn't read that part. Coda says, that's okay. Weekend is coming. I'll get it done. I listen at 1.4 to 1.5. Chapters seem to flux in speed with this one. Yes, that's what I have found too. Like I started out because on book 4, I listened to that on maybe even 2.1. And then this one, I've gone back up and down. When I'm in the car, though, I do take it down a little bit lower. So I may not get it all done tomorrow. I might get some done tonight because I'm almost finished the book that I'm listening to right now. Katrina says, buddy reading with Sarah and a few others for Court of Nightmares, crazy book. Okay, cool. Might continue that book or work on finishing The Echo of Old Books. Not sure. If Camilla is still here, Camilla is actually reading that one as well. So yeah, maybe that's where I've seen it. It was because I thought I might have had it on my TBR. I haven't checked yet, but maybe that is where I seen it. You maybe mentioned that the other day. And that's why it was so familiar to me. The Bookish Porcupine. Well, hello. Welcome to the channel. We are having some technical difficulties today with comments. So I'm reading them off my phone. And also we didn't have the timer go off in that one. So I was happily stitching away and ignoring everybody in the comments, so much so that my moderator had to ring me and go, oi, woman, what are you doing? So welcome to the craziness that is 8-hour sprints on Dusty Book Sniffers. We are really happy that you are here and hopefully you'll stick around. And if you like the channel, don't forget to subscribe and also give this video a thumbs up as well. So yeah, but welcome. And I'm sure everybody will make you feel welcome anytime you pop in. What name do you go by? It's not a guarantee that I'm going to remember your first name, but if you'd like to share your name with us, otherwise I can shorten your handle down to Porcupine or Bookish or something along those lines. Just let me know. As I said, I can't guarantee that I will remember your name, but I am getting better. And everybody in the comments can vouch for that because I have forgotten someone's name somewhere along the line and I've had to ask. But yes, welcome to the channel. I really appreciate you being here. This is weird reading off my phone. I feel like I'm being so rude because this is a social thing to me. And like when I'm in a social situation, I really don't like having my phone even out of my bag unless, of course, my daughters are somewhere and I'm waiting for a call from them. And I always have my phone face down. I'm one of those annoying people that do not like when I'm in a social situation to have my phone. So I am finding this a bit of a struggle to be looking at my phone and talking to you all. So if I start to get flustered, that's why. It's provoking a reaction and an emotion in me of anger because it makes me angry when people do that. When, like, I used to go out with a friend and we used to go for coffee all the time and I would sit down and for the first 5 minutes, she'd be great. She'd have her phone down and basically we'd say, you know, the pleasantries, hey, how you going? How's life treating you? How are the kids? Yada, yada, yada. What are you getting? I'll grab it for you, whatever the case may be. And whatnot. And then 5, maybe 10 minutes into the visit, that like we've met up, we've organized to meet up, and then she's on her phone. And I'm like, I actually got up and walked away one day. Excuse my French, but pissed me off to no end. Because I just thought, you know what? You obviously you're more interested in what the rest of the world's doing and not what's happening here. And she's like, where are you going? I'm like, going home. And then she came and see me that afternoon and apologized profusely, and she's never done it since. It just pissed me off. That's all. I was obviously having a moment, But having my phone in my hand while I'm talking, I feel like that I should be like looking at you, and it's actually provoking something in me right now, and it's StreamYard's fault. Oh, dear me. I don't know why I have that reaction. Like, my husband will sit there, but he can hold a conversation. Like, I know that a lot of time when he's got his phone in his hand, he's doing it because he's like someone has texted him to go and pick up a car and all that sort of stuff. But he is able to still have a conversation with me, and it'll only be occasionally. He'll say, "Hang on a second, I've just got to send this message." It used to irk me a lot, but I have that understanding that it is his job, and that's why he needs to do that. But if we're in a social situation and we go out, I get so cranky, and my girls start giggling because they can see steam coming out of my ears. And like even the girls go, "He's so rude." We'll be in a restaurant, like getting lunch or whatever. Like we'll go to sushi or whatever, and because his thing is he's always got sound, he's always got the phone calls at him and all the rest of it. It's like it might be the only half an hour that he gets to just unwind for half an hour. It took me a long time to accept it, but he'll turn on YouTube and start watching some car show, and we all sit there and like, so we started talking as if he wasn't there, and so now he doesn't do it as much. But occasionally, when he's had a really stressful week like this week, if I went out with him for lunch or anything, I would expect that to happen. But it still doesn't sit well with me. I think it's incredibly rude. I'm like, yeah, I'm an old lady. What can I say? That's so weird to put a package under a car. I know. At least it was at the front of the car because Katrina says, "Hope you don't run it over." But now, like, I'm thinking every time I get in the car, I'm going to have to check underneath. Like, he didn't put it in the car that's right at the back of the line. And I know that sounds terrible, but we've got a line of cars here at the moment because I'm test driving a car to make sure that it's okay to be moved on. Because they've done some mechanical work on it, and that's my job in the business. Like any time that a car's about to get sold, I drive it around for a week, make sure that they haven't missed anything. I report back to them, tell them if there's any problems or anything like that, then they'll fix it. Then I'll drive it again for a week and whatnot. And so my daughter's car hasn't moved, luckily, and luckily they put it right under the front. So, but it's still not in a place that I would look for a parcel, which was really weird. And at least they didn't put it under the back wheel or something like that. And it's booked, so it wasn't going to get too damaged. Where was I up to? Katrina said it is Christina, said it is really good. See, I'm not great with names. Leandra retracted a message. Ooh, what did you write? At the Bookish Porcupine, welcome. Nicole Sprints are the best. Oh, thank you, sweetie. I appreciate that. That's so nice of you to say. I am very much a self-conscious person, so I don't have a very good self-esteem, and sometimes I just start prattling on. But it's really good because, like, everybody that's here, I feel like I know you, so I'm a lot more comfortable. And you've probably noticed from my first sprints to now, if you've been around for them, that you can see that I'm a lot more comfortable as well. It's not that I don't care. It's just I feel more comfortable. I don't feel so self-conscious and whatnot, and just knock my glasses off my face just so attract attention to myself. And I think that's why I'm relating to this book so much. Like, I'm really invested in Zoe's story because she's socially awkward, and my daughters are socially awkward as well. Although Neralee's not. She's very self-assured. And that, so yeah. All right. Not rude, technical issues. I have the same problem sometimes. We have people come over and they sit on their phones the whole time. Isn't it just frustrating? Like, it's just, whew, just makes me I don't know, it just provokes a thing in me. I think because when I was younger, you were always, if you were sitting down with someone, you know, you're intentionally sitting with that person, you should engage with them. And that was sort of drummed into me as a kid because I didn't like to make eye contact, and I just like to keep to myself and read my books and all the rest of it. And I used to always get in trouble. Actually, that's probably what it stems from. When I was younger, getting in trouble for sitting there reading books when I should have been socializing with my family. And that's probably what it comes from. The phone is just the next generation's book, really, isn't it? Tina says, is there a way to refresh some things and maybe you could make the comments show up? No, I think if I had another person on with me, I could pop out and pop in. I just don't know what would happen if I popped out and popped back in again. I think it would end the broadcast. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put, when I go to the next sprints, I'm going to log in through this and have me there. So you'll see me twice. And then someone else is in there, so then I can pop out and pop back in, hopefully. But it must be a technical issue with StreamYards, because Nell was having the same problem earlier on today. Speak Now TV is out. Okay. All right. I think it may be our generation, though. It seems to be the norm for the younger gen. Yes and no. My daughters don't tend to do it. Neryl Lee does occasionally, and I just look at her and go, hey, I'm talking to you, and she'll put it down. But she knows that that is a disrespectful thing for me. I don't know what she's like in social situations when she's out and about. I try not to be one of those parents that hover around and correct their bad behaviors. So I feel like I should have instilled enough of common courtesy into them now that they should be able to judge for themselves, being young women and all. Tech, Teo 1927, do you ever dress as fictional characters for Halloween or masquerade parties? Have you gone as Kath or Kim or Miss Fisher? No, I do not go out very often. I've had young kids up until just recently, and my husband worked away a lot. So I was a single mum on dual income for many, many years. And so we don't really do masquerade parties around here or Halloween either, being in Australia. We don't tend to celebrate it. Yeah. And so no, the answer to that is no, I don't. I had to explain to my nieces what a conversation was. They did not know what the word meant. That's bad, isn't it? But that is I think that is a generation thing. Just thinking about my girls and how Savannah's quite socially awkward and whatnot, and but she can hold conversations now. And I think back to when she was younger, she used to really struggle with it. And we always sort of put her in situations where she had to talk. She's worse with strangers, but she's okay with her friends and everything now. I have seen them where they have sat in their room and just read books, and there's been 3 or 4 teenagers in there, and I walk in and go, what's wrong with you all? And they look at me bewildered, and I'm like, you're teenagers, you're supposed to be noisy. And I just walk out. And there was one, I used to party when I was a kid. When I was a teenager, I had lots of friends. Even though I was socially awkward, I had lots of friends that I used to party with and all that sort of stuff. And they just recently, they're all just old enough now to go out on their own and go to parties and whatnot. And one weekend, it just turned out that Nerily had a party to go with and she had a friend here with her. And Savannah also had a party to go to somewhere else with a group of friends. And me and Brennan are like, woohoo, we've got the house to ourselves. What party are we going to do? Just mucking around with them. Anyway, they've left. And then we're sitting on the couch watching a movie, and it was I think it was 10 past 9 or something. They've all walked in the door. I've looked at Brennan, and Brennan's looked at me, and I'm like, what are you doing home? It's a party. I'm supposed to be chasing you up at 2 o'clock in the morning going, where the hell are you? You're taking my parental movements out. What are you doing? And they just looked at us and went, oh my God. And then I said to my partner one day, I'm like, they've never snuck out. He goes, I know. What is wrong with them? And I'm like, and I said to him, okay, so maybe we were different teenagers. I done all the things that teenagers did. I went out, I snuck out. If my mum said don't leave the area, I left the area. I rebelled. I've had none of that with my youngest daughters. In saying that, they've also gone through what we went through with my eldest daughter, which was horrific. So it's probably curbed it a little bit, but we give them heaps about it. They've not done anything. They've always just asked us and stuff like that. So I'm pretty lucky in that aspect. I wasn't so much with my eldest daughter. All right. I have no idea where I'm up to right now. Oh, yeah, had to explain. My 40-year-old sister is obsessed with TikTok. It's like a drug. She's on it constantly and has no idea what's going on around her. I know. I actually get quite concerned when Neroli gets on TikTok because she'll come out and look like she's been crying. I'm like, "Are you okay?" She goes, "Oh, I've just been watching TikTok." I'm going, "Go and have a look at your face. It looks like you've been crying. You need to get off that." She's working full time now, so she's not spending as much time on it. She comes home, she might get on there for a couple of, hours or whatever, and then she's asleep because she's working day shifts, so that's really good. um Story time with Sid says, Coda, the wheel of time is a journey. I fully believe you should take your time. You are also on the two longest books Hey, can everybody hear me? It says that I'm still live, so I'm hoping that you can still hear me okay. Yeah. Anyway, I can see all your comments again now, so hopefully, yeah, I don't know what's going on. It says that I'm still live. I'm trying to work out what the heck is going on. StreamYard's just shut down, basically. It just shut down and did something weird and all the rest of it. So if you can let me know in the comments if you can actually see me, I would greatly appreciate that. Can see and hear me. Yes, awesome. Okay, so it's gone to Wi-Fi. So it'll click in and out of Wi-Fi because like it wasn't my internet that was still working, because I was able to log in and all that sort of stuff. I can see that I've appeared back up on my screen. Yeah, I am blurry. The it'll click in a moment. It's just connected to my Wi-Fi. I do apologize for that. I'm having all sorts of technical issues today. So the comments are all back. So yeah, do you want to know the weirdest thing about that? Okay, I was just kicked out of StreamYards. Okay, so there was nothing I could do. It came up with this error message, and we'll go to a sprint in a moment. But it came up. Let me just get rid of my little face there. It came up with this: an error has occurred, but it's not your fault. So I knew it wasn't me. I just turned and I can't end the stream. Like I couldn't even end the stream. There was nothing I could do. So I actually just turned my computer off, hoping, and came back in and then restored my page because I didn't shut down anything properly. I just turned the computer off, and the little thing came up to restore the page. So I restored the page, and basically now we're back and the comments are back as well. But I couldn't end the stream, and I was talking to Rolanda and Chrissy. Go, I can't end the stream. She go, and I don't know who it was, but one of them said, "Oh well, all night sprints it is." So yeah. Anyway, I do thank you for sticking around with me until I sorted that out. That was actually StreamYard's fault. So yeah. So thank you for letting me know that you can hear me and everything like that. Rolanda was just letting you know that I can't establish a connection and all that sort of stuff. All right, so that was a little bit of excitement. I didn't lose my cool. And as Chrissy and Rolanda know, that I actually keep my cool in a crisis. I've had all sorts of issues with live streams and stuff in the past as well, and I just keep my cool and just work through it methodically. And when all else fails, just turn the computer off and hope for the best, right? But turning the computer off does not get rid of the connection for the live stream when you're through StreamYards. So I do not know what you would do if you couldn't get back on. But obviously StreamYards has had a lot of problems today with comments and all that sort of stuff. So they must have some back of house stuff going on, because I know Nell from Nell Diamond, she also had the same problem this morning where she wasn't booted out as far as I'm aware, but comments weren't coming up and had to do the same thing, be on her phone and all the rest of it. All right, so because I've shut everything down, my timer has also gone. So let me just get back in there and bring that up for you. I have to reshare that. So give me a second and we will go to a sprint. This sprint is going to be an hour long because I do have to go and pick up my daughter as well. And yeah, so basically, let me just bring this up, share, got to press all the buttons. That is where it's at. And now I've got all these pop-ups coming up from my all of my what do you call them, antivirus things and all that sort of stuff that I've got because I'm always online and whatnot. I've got all those happening. Okay, so at least it was a pretty screen to look at. Nicole, you're a lighthouse when we're the ships of the sea waiting to see your guide us. That's so funny. Oh, dear me. I've seen some YouTubers who've had a 2-day live stream because they couldn't shut down the live stream. Yeah, well, that I did not know that that was a thing, Chris. Like, I did not know. And so basically, yeah, like it would have been if I couldn't have got back in. And it was obviously at StreamYard's end. Yeah. And I was trying to, like, I couldn't even get it to, like, I was trying to log in because I sent the link to the co-host if anybody wanted to join me today. And I couldn't even log in to put myself into the stream on my phone. So yeah, I couldn't do anything. So it was just going to keep going. But when I noticed that because I had it up on my phone to see what was happening, I noticed that when I shut the computer down, it started buffering. So yeah, but I'm glad. That I was able to get back in. But that's very interesting that you can't shut it down. That is very, very interesting. And 2 days, like that's pretty full on. Yeah, I don't know what would have happened because it was like a rainbow most of the time, and then right before you came back on, it went black for a couple of seconds. Yeah, that must have been when I was logging back in, because I oh, actually, you know what it was? I had the cover on the phone because I knocked this off. So I sat on the camera, sorry. So it would have been black. So this is probably what you would have seen, just a black screen. And then I took it off because I realized that I knocked that off and I sat it up there so I wouldn't knock it off again. Yeah, so that's what the black was. But how bizarre is that? All right. So, how about we go to our sprint? It is that time of the day. Actually, we're way past it. We're going to go for an hour sprint so I can go and have some lunch. And that way I won't be so starving and won't end up with the shakes because my blood sugar levels got too low or anything. And I'm quite hungry right now. That was a little bit of excitement, wasn't it? Alrighty, so I have just started the timer. I will see you all when I get back in an hour. I've got to pick my daughter up at 3 o'clock. Enjoy your reading, and I'll see you soon. Hello, everybody. We are back. we still don't have any issues. I don't know whether you were able to hear the alarm that time, but I did. So that's all that matters, right? And everything seems to be working okay. Get rid of that. Turn that off. All right. So how did everybody go with that sprint? Did you get anything read or anything like that? Oh, good. We got comments. That's all. That's all that matters, right? Oh, wow. What a debacle that was before we went to that sprint. Let me just fix that camera a bit. There we go. It was looking like it was going to fall off, and that's an expensive camera, so we don't want that to happen, right? So for those that joined us during the sprint, we had a bit of technical issues just before we went to that hour sprint. The screen froze, and basically I got booted out of StreamYards, but I was still streaming. It was a little bit interesting. To say the least. So apparently I have to go into YouTube and add Chrissy and Rolanda as moderators. I also have I think I've got Jenny and Gail as moderators over here too, but they don't come over here very often. So yeah, I didn't listen to any book. I ended up having something to eat. I had a bit of pizza, and I had some onion and chive dip with some rice crackers. Not a very healthy one, but nonetheless, that's what I had for lunch. And yeah, and then I went and picked up Nerali. She's getting ready to go away for the weekend. So yeah, she's determined to go away because she asked me to drive her over to Toowoomba tonight after sprints, and I'm like, nope. Because I don't want to actually be driving tonight, then driving tomorrow, and then have to go and drive again on Sunday to pick her up. So I said, no. I said, ask your father, and he said no. So she's been a crafty little girl and managed to get herself a lift over to Toowoomba. And I'm like, well, you have to get yourself back. So how are you going to do that? She's still going. I'm putting roadblocks up against her everywhere, and she's circumnavigating around them. So kudos to her, I guess. So yeah. And then I just had a discussion with her in the car. I'm like, you do know that, like, I'm not coming to get you, right? You're going to have to work it out for yourself. She goes, no, I'll get back. It's fine. So I reckon on Sunday afternoon, I'm going to get a phone call to say, can you come and get me, Mum? So, yeah. All right. So where were we up to? I think we were up to here. Rolanda says, we've all learned something new today. Yep, that you can't check out of Streamlabs if you can't do anything in it. You'll just keep streaming. And I think it was Chris that said he's seen 2-day live streams because they couldn't shut the live stream down. Yeah. Talia joined us during that sprint. I'm so late tonight, but I'm here and doing a bit of editing. Awesome. That is excellent. I have pulled out my Azerbaijan book and set it on my bedside table. So I am going to read that next week. I'm going to read it every single morning until it's done. I was actually enjoying the story. I don't know why I put it down. Like, I'm halfway through the book. I could have just finished it, but anyway. That hour did go quick. I looked at because I had YouTube open on my phone because I was doing stuff in the house and whatnot. And then I looked at it 1 minute, it had 30 minutes. Next time I looked at it, it was only like 5 minutes to go. I'm like, what happened there? Christina says that she heard it that time. That is awesome. Chrissy says she started Demon Copperhead, 21 hours on audio. She's a big girl. Yeah, she is. Hang on a sec. I finally got the book. I got the book, completely different to the one that is on my Kindle. No, I only got this one on audio, but the cover's different. It has 546 pages in it. And then there's a little bit in the back, which wasn't on the audio. It says here, I'm grateful to Charles Dickens for writing David Copperhead. And yeah, it just goes on a little bit how this story is inspired by that. But yeah, that's 546 pages of tiny little writing. So yeah, I'm starting that on Sunday. And I think I'm actually going to take a little, well, I'll see how I go, because I'm going to immersive read with this one. I only listened to the audio the first time around. So I'm thinking that I might do a little bit of immersive reading. I may just end up reading it. If I take the whole month to read it, I don't really care. It wasn't one of my favorite ones in the Women's Prize for Fiction, but I got my bundle the other day, the shortlist. I've got them all here. And I'm hoping, because like realistically, I was burning through those books. Yeah, I was taking them in, but was I appreciating them for what they were? Maybe not, because I was going through them. I was going through them so quickly. I think maybe now that I'm going to be taking a month to read a book, I might get more out of them. We'll see. The jury is still out on it, but I've got the books now because I think I talked about this on Monday. And it is over in our Discord now. The Women's Prize for Fiction shortlist winners and the winner are all over on a sheet that you can print off for your own records or whatever, because I'm actually creating a shelf in the library of the past 28 years of books, which is 6 each year, which it works out. I'm not going to do the math, but anyway, it's a lot, over 100 books. So basically, I'm going to have that shelf in there. Now, I've already got last year's and I've got all of this year's. The only book that I didn't get from this year was Black Butterflies, because I could not find it anywhere under, it was like $39. The book is not, I don't even think the book is 200 pages from memory. I think it's only got like 190, or maybe it's 290. I don't know. But anyway, I do not want to pay, and that's paperback, not even hardcover. I cannot find it cheap anywhere. So I do not know what I'm going to do there. 199 pages it's got in it, and they want $40 for it. Like, it's like, are you kidding? Like, it's not that great a book. So I said to Savannah, I said, all the books might be on there except for Black Butterflies until I can find a secondhand copy of it, because I didn't find it to be an exceptional book. It was a very bland book. To be honest, I'm even surprised that it made it on the shortlist. Like, I'm really surprised about that. But there are a lot of people out there that really like it. It just wasn't my cup of tea. Like, it wasn't exciting at all. Like, it was set in the Sarajevo War back in the I want to say 90s, early 80s, 90s, I want to say. Late 80s, something around there, whenever the Civil War broke out over there. And it's revolving around that. And it's only 199 pages. It doesn't really go into detail. And it's a story of survival, but it's pretty boring. Just saying. So, I'm not really talking it up, but I'm not willing to pay $40 for it. Now, if you've watched any of my Women's Prize for Fiction feedback on the 16 that made the long list, I'm going to go out and say I would pay $40 for Children of Paradise or Cursed Bread before I'd pay $40 for Black Butterflies. That's just the comparison. I wouldn't pay $40 for any of those books, but, like, if I had a choice, that's where I'm at with that. So I will keep watching it. It is in my watch list. I'll keep watching and see if it comes down, because I would really like to have it. And then I went through my bookshelf, and I actually had a number of the books. I think I had 4 or 5 books on my shelf already from past years, and I sent a message to Bob the Booker. I'll see if he can't find me some of them as well. Like, I just sent him 96 and 97 and see if he can't find some of those older books and whatnot. We are back to normal, like nothing ever happened. Yeah. That was a debacle indeed. It was so funny. I'm sitting here going, well, bugger me, I don't know how to stop the live stream. So I'll just keep commenting, and everybody was still talking, and I'm like, maybe go to a sprint with no timer. Christina says that she listened to a few chapters and decided to go with Echo of Old Books, about 3-ish hours left. That's awesome. As I said, I think Camilla was reading that. So yeah. Sounds like I missed the technical excitement. Oh, it was funny. It was funny as, like, I knew that things were going to go wrong when I'm getting a phone call from Chrissy, and Chrissy's to wake me up because I was too busy stitching and didn't realize the timer hadn't gone off. It hadn't gone off for anybody. It was only that everybody's seen the timer switch over to another 45 minutes. And so yeah, that like no one realized that the timer had gone off. And but there was no sound. And then all of a sudden I wasn't getting any comments or anything in StreamYard, so I couldn't put anything up on the screen. And it was saying, like on YouTube was saying there was 18 people watching, but StreamYard was saying there was only 12. And then all of a sudden it just booted me out, and so I couldn't do anything. I couldn't shut it down, nothing. And everybody just had the rainbow screen. So it was like it was pretty yeah. It was funny. All you can do is laugh. And then after I got off, I sent a voice message to Rolanda and Chrissy just saying, yeah, that was funny. All right. Where are we up to? It was funny. Like, and thank you everybody for being so patient and until we come back on. I ended up actually turning my computer off and it was still streaming, but I noticed on my phone that it started buffering when I shut my computer down. But then when I come back in, I just restored everything and it brought me straight back into the live stream. And Tina was saying, oh, it went black for a moment, but I had the cover over my phone. I've got over my camera, and yeah, so that's what the black was. It was only for a couple of seconds, but yeah. Very entertaining today. Very entertaining. Zara had some lunch and watched a video about how to make cassoulet. What is that? It sounds I agree. It sounds fancy, doesn't it? I'll have to look that up. I have no idea what that is. But it sounds fancy. And Rolanda asked a question and then answered her own question. Yeah. Listen to a couple of Speak Now Taylor version songs and read 16 pages of Outlander. Are you liking Outlander? I like the first two books. I think I'm part of the way through the third book, and I sort of just put it down. Or have I read the third book? I'll have to go back and look through because that was a couple of years ago now. I sort of got a bit bored with it, to be honest. Like, I think she could have just stopped with the first one. Maybe, no, stop with the second one. I'm just trying to think if I enjoyed I don't think I enjoyed the third one. I don't think I've actually read it in its entirety. Mainly because I was only listening to it. I don't have the books in the physical form. So I think, if I remember correctly, I think I've actually read 3 because that's Voyager. Let me just go and have a look in my Goodreads. I've read Outlander. Yes, I have read. Oh, Drums of Autumn is where I'm up to. I started that and I haven't finished it. So yeah. Where were we at to? Yeah. So Priscilla. Morris, and yeah, but is that US? Because that seems to be the problem. It's either UK or US. It has to be in Australian dollars, and because it's $24.89, I'm guessing that is US. So that is double the price. So yeah, that's the problem I'm running into. Like, because I went on to Amazon Australia and everything is in the US, and there was a couple in the UK as well, and when it's in pound, that's like triple the price. So yeah, so and because it's $24.89, that leads me to believe that's American, not Australian. Yeah. I DNF'd Outlander. It was a bit too scandalous for me. Really? Okay. What was scandalous about it? I'm just trying to think. Well, it's been a couple of years since I read it. I'm just trying to think. Was it? Oh, well, then I'm reading alien smut. So, like, it's probably, yeah, not. It's a very complicated French dish of beans and meat. Okay. I've never heard of it before. Yep. Christina is saying, is it Katrina? Oh, now see, I'm starting to second guess myself. I love all the Outlander books. I like how they were in America during the Revolution. Oh, okay, cool. Took a big turn. I mean, it is a time travel series, so yeah. I am going to get back to it. I just think I don't like it on audio. I think I'd like to have it as an audio and physical. And I have been asking for the last 2 years for my birthday for my children and my husband to buy me that. But my husband doesn't like buying me books, and he only likes to buy things that he knows that I want. And I'm like, but I want them. And he goes, but you're only going to read them once. I'm like, no, eventually I'm going to get, like I'm going to be older and I'll sit down and I'll read them again because I won't remember all of them and all that sort of stuff. But anyway, Savannah's trying to convince him that. Tony said, I'm really enjoying it. It does have a lot of monotonous life details. Yeah, it does a bit on that. Yeah, send me the link, Rolanda. Sometimes it says it's in Australian and then you go to buy it and it's actually in US and it ends up costing you double the amount. So, yeah, you have to be careful with books. It's not like crafting stuff. The books are a little bit trickier. She meets George Washington. Okay, that's weird. Okay. Yeah, just send the link through. That's fine. I hope it wasn't a spoiler. I read the books 2 years, maybe 3 years ago, those 3 books. And yeah, so if it's a spoiler, it's a spoiler. If it's not, it's not. By the time I ever get to them, where we're up to that one, it'll probably be like, oh wow, yeah, she met George Washington. I would have forgotten about it. And that Tina says it hasn't got to the scandalous part yet. Sent it in Messenger. It comes from the UK, but says AU and free shipping. Who's it through? Let me know who it's through. Because I looked on several different sites that have free shipping and all that sort of stuff, and they were all $39. Unless, I mean, that was a week ago. It could have come down because $40 for that book is ridiculous. And if anybody paid $40 for that, well, it was just under 40. I think it was like it was $38.95. It was. So, Christina, there are a few scenes that are special. Yes, I agree. I haven't read all of them. I would like to. And Tina's saying reading it for a friend in an online book club. I mean, I had it on my TBR before. Yeah, I think a lot of people have had Outlander on their TBR either for a long time or they're just getting to it. So yeah, so basically, there's still lots of people that are reading Wheel of Time, and lots of people are still reading Outlander. And because you've got the series as well, I got a little bit frustrated with the series. I did, and like I read the books, and then I read, and then I watched some of the series. But Claire drives me crazy, and not in the books, just like in the series, she just drives me crazy. I don't know what it is about her, but it just drives me crazy. So I stopped watching that too. But I got up to, I think I'm up to I finished season 3. I haven't watched season 4. Just trying to think. Was season 3 where she ended up meeting back? Because season 2 was where she had gone back to her time and her husband had died and her daughter was older and they had gone back to Scotland to try and find out if and all that sort of stuff. So that's in the show. It's a little bit different in the books. Same, but different, as they say. I've read the first Outlander 3 times. That's commitment, because that is not a small book. That is very much a big commitment. Some of the smut and I had a really hard time bonding with the main characters. I can handle the love scenes if I love the characters. Okay, yeah. And see, we're of the same opinion. Like, just wanted to smack her. I found her more I didn't find her super frustrating in the books, but I found her extremely frustrating in the TV show. And I think maybe if I had have reread the books after watching the TV show, I probably would have disliked her even more. When they were on the ship, that I just like, ugh, push her overboard for crying out loud. oh dear me. Tons of people love it though. We read it for a real life book club and most of it loved it. Yeah, just about everybody does love it, but I'm not so good. Not so great. I won't be purchasing it off eBay because I have had books not turn up or they are sending me the wrong book, so I won't be purchasing it off eBay. I've not had much luck with eBay at all, especially when it comes to new books and stuff. I'd rather just not have it and wait. It'll come down because no one's going to pay $40 for it. So yeah, would you ever do something like NetGalley or the publisher sites that give you ARCs in review? I have thought about it. Like I am part of NetGalley, but I don't do anything with it. I've asked for a few books. I've been knocked back several times. I have thought about contacting publishers and stuff like that and doing, getting books for honest reviews and whatnot. But then I don't want to feel obligated in my reading. So I'm in two minds about it. And I'm also the same over on my craft channel as well. I've had friends that have got stuff for their channels and whatnot. And then those companies have got a little bit too pushy and stuff like that. And I don't want to be, I don't do obligation very well when it comes to that sort of thing. Like for family and all that sort of stuff, yeah, I'm okay with it. But when it comes to, something that I enjoy doing, such as craft and reading, I don't do obligation very well. And I just feel like if I, fell behind on NetGalley on my ARCs and all that sort of stuff, I'd feel really bad because they've given it to me and not someone else that may have been a little less time poor. But, if I get a new release or anything like that, every review that I do is my opinion. It is my honest opinion. And I've purchased all the books and all that sort of stuff. But I've had someone send me a message for, it's a fantasy, I think it is. They've sent me an email, but it's Christian fantasy and a Christian fiction, and I've never read any Christian fiction, and I don't know whether I would enjoy it or not. But at the end of the day, I'm also willing to give it a go if they really desperately want someone to read it. But at this point in time, I actually don't have a lot of time. I'm quite time poor because I have this channel, my craft channel, and also Patreon. And I also help my husband and everything. And, as I said, I don't want to feel pressured into reading something because then it will make me feel like I'm in school, if that makes any sense at all. But, like, as they say never. Like sometimes I might change my mind. And Zara's made it to the Discord. Hey Zara, I'll send you a message in a minute. And I liked it because she used real history and real places. Yeah, like season 2 was in France. That's right. Yes, it was. And season 3 was with the other one. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Tina. That's the what I'm talking about is on the TV show, not the books. So yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to. We haven't really spoiled anything for you. There is so much going on. Yeah. Have a swim, Claire. If I was on that boat, she would have been off. Quick, smart. Just go away. I can picture it now, just seeing her legs go over the rail. So satisfying, right? So far I'm not finding her annoying. I'm just really surprised how okay she is with being 200 years in the past. I know, right? Like you've just been teleported 200 years back, and I mean, yeah. Like don't get me wrong, there are some really good parts in the book, like and even in the TV show, there's some really good parts in there, some really interesting parts they've really done well with and whatnot. And there are some really good parts in the books as well. But I just got to the fourth one and I started to really feel like Claire was just a whinger and I just couldn't deal with it anymore. And that's why I put it down. But as I said, it's not that I'm never going to go back to not like I'll go back to them eventually. It was a soft DNF. And as I said, they were on audio, so it could have been a lot that the narrator was ticking me off, after listening, because they're not small books at the end of the day. What about Booktopia? Yeah, that I checked that, and that was $38 last week. It was the same price as Amazon. So, yeah, it's all right. Don't worry about it. I can look up my own books, Rolanda. Don't worry about it. Don't stress yourself about it. It's all good. I don't care if it's not on my bookshelf. It won't be getting read until December. I've got plenty of time for the price to come down. So, yeah, don't stress it. It's like it's not the be all and end all. And at the end of the day, I do have it on my Kindle anyway. So, and it wasn't cheap on Kindle either. I don't understand what it is about this book. It's like she's only going to write one book and that's it. And so she's got to get all the money she can in for it. Like she's been there for a month and she's only had one breakdown and we aren't even together yet. Oh, I know. Like I would have been, if that was me, I would have been having the atomic meltdown as soon as it happened. I would have been back at those stones trying to get through. Thinking, where the hell am I? Yeah, and especially like with the opening scenes of it and all the rest of it. I think that's the part of what's annoying to me. I was like, don't you miss your husband? Aren't you freaking out? Yes, but you have to remember that her relationship with her husband was quite strained. So, yeah. If I'm remembering correctly, because it was 1940s they were in, so they're just back from the war and all the rest of it. Yeah, and then like it, yeah. It's not what? Why aren't you freaking out? I know it's just weird. Hey, yeah, I joined NetGalley. I acted like a fool and requested so many books, and so now it's like homework because I have 13 by November. So yeah, that's another reason. Like I joined NetGalley, and I got knocked back for some, and then there was one that was already on there, and it was an audio, and then I found it on Kindle Unlimited anyway. It had already been released, and it was called Wraith, and that was really good. I read that in October. That was really good, but I'm like, do I really want to put that pressure onto me? I would just rather, the only pressure that I want to put onto myself is the Women's Prize for Fiction. I know that, when it comes around to March again, I'm going to have 16 books that I'm going to have to read back to back, and just go from there and not really worry about that until later on. But I don't really understand NetGalley either. Like, how can you get a because don't they like score you or something on there? So how can you get a score if you can't get books? Like, and I don't write reviews either. That's another thing. But I think maybe it was you, Talia. You said that you can do video reviews. They accept those as well. Yeah, I just don't know whether I'd want that stress. Yeah, $28.75 is still too expensive for that book. I want to pay $10. Okay, if you can find it for $10 or for free, I'll take it. As I said, I'm not reading it. Probably it's going to be the last one that I'm putting on because I don't have it here. I'm going to put the other books onto the wheel and spin them, and we'll find out what we're reading them. So yeah. I feel the same about NetGalley. I get approved, but then I stress out about not finishing them in time. So far behind right now, but it's really fun when you get an arc for something you really want. Yeah. Well, the ones that I've all really wanted, I've got knocked back for. So that's why I've gone, yeah, this is too hard. I'm not doing it anymore. I can't handle the rejection. I can. I feel rejected. I don't read, but I'm more than happy to enable you all with purchase of books that you want. Yeah, no, it's all good. If you can find it for $10, send me the link. Anything above $10 for that book, I'm not paying. So chances are, if I go to like Bookfest or something like that next year, there's going to be heaps of them because it's not a great book. No one's going to keep it. People will just get rid of it. Like I found Hamnet, which was 2020's winner at the Bookfest. I paid $2 for it. So books come and go. If I don't get it, doesn't matter. I've already read it, and as I said, I've got it on Kindle, and I think I've even got it on audio. Oh, actually, no, that one was the only one that I didn't have audio for. And it's only 200 pages. So $28 for 200 pages is far too expensive for a book that is ridiculously priced. And as I said, it's nothing special. I was interested in all the lists you had of the Women's Prize for Fiction, etc. I can see that my TBR. Yeah, I got a couple of messages. One of them was from Chrissy. Basically told me I was evil. I was an enabler, but anyway, I put it there because I thought some of you may be interested in reading some of the authors from there. You don't necessarily have to have all the books or whatever, but there are some really good books on there. Now, one of the books that's on there, I have read by Sarah Waters, and that is Fingersmith. That is a brilliant book. It wasn't the winner. I can't remember what year it was. I think it might have been 2012 or 13. Let me just have a look. It's one of my crossed out ones. I was really surprised. I ended up going and having a look on my bookshelf. Apart from this year's and last year's, I also had the Poisonwood Bible by Barbara Kingsolver on my bookshelf. The Blind Assassin by Margaret Atwood is on my shelf. Fingersmith by Sarah Waters. I have read that and it is on my shelf, and it is a brilliant book. That is 2002. It was. What else did I have on my shelf? I think that was it that I had. A Song of Achilles, which I have read. That was 2012. That was the one I was thinking of. Barbara Kingsolver, who wrote, she was the winner of this year. She's on there several times with several of her books, and so is Margaret Atwood. Another one that is on there that I have on my shelf is also Paying Guests by Sarah Waters. I haven't read that, but I believe that she falls under, excuse me, the LGBT bracket, because that's what she writes. Fingersmith was a sapphic romance. I don't know much about Paying Guests, but it is on my bookshelf, and I got that from the Kingaroy Book Fest that was here, not this March, just gone the March before. Another author that's on the list is Ali. What is her name? Let me just think. Ali Smith. I have her summer, autumn, winter, spring books and How to Be Both, I think it is. I don't believe that they are on here, but she is an author that is on the list. And I also have Circe is on there. I've read that and crossed that off. So I actually have quite a number of books on here. I have Dominica by Angie Cruz. That's on my shelf. That came in a book box. Didn't know it was on the Women's Prize for Fiction for 2020. And I've also got Hamnet as well. And then, of course, I've got 2022. All of those books are on there, and all of 2023, except for Black Butterflies. Oh, and I've got Little Life on my bookshelf as well. That book was sucky. I did not like that book at all. And I don't even know if I've crossed that off, but I do know that A Little Life is on here somewhere. But, yeah. And Barbara, as I said, Barbara Kingsolver, she's on here quite a bit. She's got Lacana. She's got the Poisonwood Bible. So I just will keep an eye out for her books and whatnot. And she's been shortlisted several times, because these are all the listed books, and she's won twice now. So, yeah, and there's Maggie O'Farrell on there, and, yeah, so there's quite a few. So keep an eye out in secondhand bookstores, because you might find a few. As I said, like in my little country town, I've got most of those books from the little book fest. If I had have gone to maybe the big book fest that was down in Brisbane, I might have been able to find a few more. So, but I don't want to pay a lot for them, so I'm going to see if Bob the Booker can help me out. I've tried reading Outlander a couple of times and couldn't get into it. Yes, I know some people that have said that as well, but they love the show, but they just couldn't get into the book, and that's fine. But they found the show before they found the book, so which is understandable. That bad man looks just like her husband. Oh yeah, what's his name? Oh, I've forgotten his name. The colonel or whatever he was, the captain. I don't know why, but Pirates of Caribbean just keeps popping into my head. I wanted to say Jack Sparrow, and I'm like, no, that's not right. That's not right at all. They were just, they were. She didn't have a strained relationship. That's right. They'd just been away because he'd been away at war. She had been away, and they were up in that part of the country because he was trying to do a history research on his family or something, wasn't it? It's not his fault that he looks like he's evil. But her husband was obsessed with him. I know. Like, so many red flags. So many red flags on this book. And Rolanda's just put up that, okay, for that price you're going to have to wait a little while. Yeah, I know. Captain Jack, that's it. Black Jack Randall. I kept thinking like Jack Sparrow. Oh, dearie me. Oh, don't rely on me to review any books. I can't even get the names right. I'm going Pirates of the Caribbean instead of Outlander. Oh my goodness. And like, I knew my brain, like, I was thinking that, and I'm like, no, that's Pirates of the Caribbean. That's not right. Oh, dear me. At least I can entertain myself, right? I swear I don't have any form of dementia or anything. I just have lots on my mind at the moment, and it gets a little bit scrambled. That's why I do those brain dumps and everything. And if you notice when I have done that, it's a lot calmer. Oh, dear me. All right, we have got to the end of the comments. We've established that what his name is from Outlander and all the rest of it. So I am going to set up another sprint. Let me just see where we're at. I've just got to change it back to 45. There we go. And I'll start that and come back. And did I start it? I hope I did. Anyway, we're going to go for a sprint. I will see you all in 45 minutes. We'll have a bit of a chit chat and all the rest of it when we come back. And hopefully I will sort my brain out. Happy reading, everybody. See you soon. did everybody go with that one? I do not have much to go in this book. I think I have about 70 pages to go. No, 64 pages to go. So that's not too bad. I'll be finished this in the next sprint for sure. I'm flying through it. So yeah, because of all the debacle earlier, and we didn't have very many long sprints today, like we had a lot of chatty stuff and all the rest of it. I thought that we would go a little bit longer, do one more. The next one will be the last sprint, and we'll probably do a 45-minute sprint and whatnot. There's no one here at the moment, so, well, Nerily is here, but she's in her bedroom, so it's basically no one here. And yeah, so I thought we'll do another sprint, and then I will call it a day after that one. So yeah, all right. Where were we up to? Oh, that's right. We were talking about my memory and not not getting names right and all that sort of stuff. All right. So told the boys to vacuum the lawn. So words and stuff. Yeah. That's funny. That is hilarious. I've done things like that, or go and put stuff in the fridge when it's supposed to go in the cupboard and all of that sort of stuff. Oh dear me. Where else are we up to? Read 35 pages of Outlander. I perfectly got to my goal for the day. That is excellent. It is 3 a.m. where you are. Oh my goodness, my dear, go to sleep. So she's going to go. That's okay, not a problem. And Bandana Book Mum, I feel like I'm the slowest editor ever, but it's almost midnight and I have a video uploading for tomorrow, so that's a win. That is a win for sure. So, hot tip for you, when you do editing, if you want to speed up the process a little bit and you've got a lot to get through, put all your footage to 2 times speed and you can go through it. Your ear will adjust to it. At first, it'll sound really weird and you might have to listen to that first part a couple of times until it gets right. But it actually speeds up the process. And because everything is sped up, whenever you get to a break point, so you've got to cut a bit out, you know that the stuff that prior to that point where you've done the break, that can get sped back up to, that can be taken back down to 1 time speed. And then, and then you just put your, whatever you're going to put there for your transition or whatever. And then, everything to the other side of it is stuff that needs to be edited. So if you've got to walk away for any length of time, you save it. Like I'm using Filmora. I don't know what you use, but I use Filmora and that's what I do. And because I have the 3 channels, Patreon, the craft channel, and also BookTube, that's what I've been doing. And it has actually helped me get through editing a lot quicker. Like I sound like a chipmunk, but I generally know what I want to say and all that sort of stuff. So especially like with really long videos like book hauls and stuff like that, sitting there and going through all that footage, if you've made a few mistakes or you've started or someone's interrupted you or stuff like that, it just makes it easier. You know where you've edited up to, and you know everything after that you've got to edit. And because in my software, when you speed it up, it goes orange, the top of it, and I find that really good, a really good way to do it. So if your software enables you to speed it up, I would speed it up and then try it. Give it a go. Just do a test one and give it a go and see if you like it. Christina says, I got to 76%. That is awesome. No worries, hon. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being through the technical difficulties today. Every time I think of it, I just start laughing. It was a bit of fun. It was a good time today for sure. But thank you and have a good sleep, and I will see you next time. I am joining, of course, I'll have my sprints next week, but on the 15th, I'm joining Brooklyn. On Brooklyn Reads, I think her channel is, for Neva's 24-hour sprint. So I'm actually on the Australian leg from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. I think it is. But I'll have more details about that as I get them and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. Read some of the Bible and on 36 pages of In Love and Pajamas by Katiana Chetwind, I guess. Chetwind, I guess is how you pronounce it. That is awesome. Very good. I watched Endless Pages review on I've seen that. It popped up on my Instagram. I've seen that, so I'm going to go and watch that a bit later myself. But I'm sort of like, do I want to watch it or do I want to wait until I've read it? Because it popped up on Scribd the other day and I saved it. So I'm thinking maybe I can wait and then I can, yeah. Alrighty. So on page 36, awesome. Had a great day. Thank you for and have a great weekend. Thanks, hun. No worries. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for being through the debacle. We can end sprints now if you want, because it seems like everybody wants to move on with their day and all the rest of it. But yeah, I can hang around for another sprint if you like. Just let me know in the comments. Yeah, I think I may sleep soon too. It's 3 a.m. where you are as well. Oh my goodness, what are you all guys doing up? Go to sleep. But thank you for hanging around. I really appreciate you being here. Thanks for the sprints. I always enjoy them. I'm glad that you do. And thank you for doing this. I needed to feel like I was sitting with someone. That's awesome. We're still going to be here for another 45 minutes anyway to an hour. And great advice. Thanks. Yeah, give it a try. It does speed it up. My husband come out and heard my videos. He said, what the hell is that? So that's my video. He goes, what are you doing? I said, I speed everything up because then I can listen to it really quickly. And because you know what you what you want to say, you know how you feel about the book, you know where the mistakes are in 95% of the time. So it makes it a lot easier to edit and put transitions in and all that sort of stuff. I mean, I'm not the most like realistically, I don't put in a lot of flash bells and whistles and all the rest of it into my videos because I'm just not that creative. And because I'm coming from a tutorial point of view as well. I do it with my craft runs because I can tell you now, I do not like the sound of my own voice. And when you've edited 4 or 5 videos in a day, the last thing you want to do is hear your voice again. And often I'll sit there and I'm like, I wish this bitch would just shut up. It's like God only knows what my viewers think. But that's because I've listened to like 5 videos and I've been editing for, 10 hours or whatever the case may be. Like there's been days where I've been on reading with Merv on her sprints and she started at 9 a.m. and still going at 8 o'clock at night. And I've been there all day editing because I've had that much to do. I barely know how to pronounce her name myself. It's okay. I'm hopeless at names. If you want to watch someone try and pronounce names, this is the channel for you because I will guaranteed butcher someone's name. And like you think with like I've got a pretty hectic last name myself. Like you all know me as Nicole Reed, but my maiden name is Bahaja. And when you look at it, it looks like Budgerigar, but people get tripped up on it all the time. And you'd think I'd be able to pronounce names. Yeah, not so much. Not so much. I'm happy for another one if you want. That's awesome. It's 3 a.m. here too. They're very helpful. Awesome. We're almost at the 15-minute mark, so we might go for. We've got another few minutes, so I'll try and get through some of these. Chrissy's got to go and feed the hordes. Yes, hungry children do not make for happy campers. Go feed them. And before you know it, they'll be in bed and then you can relax and get some reading done. I don't know how much reading you've got done today because you have had the kids home. I'm happy to do another one as it's only 3 p.m. there. No worries. The sprints are helpful. I meant to say I got what you were saying. That's all good. That is all good. Bedtime for me too. Thanks for a couple of hours in company, everybody. Not a problem. We're here all the time. So anytime you want to pop in for some company, I'm sure me trying to navigate my way through technical difficulties will arise again and you'll be here for the fun for that one. My husband edits the videos. My husband hates computers, so there's no chance of him ever editing my videos. He's hard pressed to edit his own. I do all of my filming, editing, and uploading myself. That I actually do not have any help from anybody. And I've thought about outsourcing and all the rest of it, but it's just not, I just don't have the money to do that. So it is me, and sometimes my videos are late. So I mean, if my videos start getting fancy, you know that I'm outsourcing, because that's not me. I'd love to hear Chipmunk the Call. No, you wouldn't. Because, like, for me, like, I already speak pretty fast. So, like, then add Chipmunk Nicole onto that. That's pretty full on. Mrs. Bridge O is cool for another one, even though it is 3 a.m. there. But she is just hang on a second, Nerily. Hang on a second. We've got. Sorry, the kittens just got out here, and I've got other people's quilts here, and I can't take the risk if they're allergic to them. This is asparagus, and asparagus is really a jumpy cat, and this is Beans, and Beans is a very quiet cat. Yes, I know. All right, take him out. All right, please message me when you get there. If I have to chase you, you won't be going again, okay? All right. Yeah. You got your jacket? Yeah. Okay, cool. Bye. Have a good time. Yeah. Love you too. Bye. And then she was alone. Chrissy says she's had one earpod in listening all day, so a fair bit. Awesome. That's not so bad. I find it really hard if the kids are around talking to me and I can't do it. It is all three. So it does look like the 3 a.m. crowd is here. It's only just gone 5 o'clock here. All right, we have got to they are cute, aren't they? That's Beans and Asparagus. I did not name them. My daughter named them, so yeah. So she's gone off with her friends for the weekend. So pretty much have the house to myself to do stitching and all the things that I need to do for the weekend. But we are going to set a 45-minute sprint. This will be the last sprint of the day because I've got to go and do some grocery shopping. But yeah, let's start that, and I might get my book finished, and I will see you all in 45 minutes. Oh, hello, everybody. We are back from our sprint. That was our last sprint for today. Lots of 3 a.m. crowd people here now that it is 4 a.m. I'm guessing that a lot of you might have dropped off to sleep. My video has probably gone really blurry because the simple fact is that my internet has just clicked over to Wi-Fi, which is telling me that basically, yeah, that tells me that it's gone all blurry. Unfortunately, I can't stop it from happening. I hope everybody had a really good sprint that time. I actually finished my book. When you seen me get up and walk away, I actually had to walk away from the book because, wow, there was a lot happening towards the end there, and I went and got washing off the line, and the towel threw up on me. I've got white fluff all over me now. A lot of that, the dots you can see is actually the holes in my Anyway, so yeah, I had to actually walk away from that book for a moment. The last couple of chapters, it ended happily but sad at the same time. So you'll have to keep an eye out for the vlog that I'm doing because I've read 3 in 3 days. I've read 3 Sally Hepworth books, so you can imagine I have been on a bit of a roller coaster, and throughout the day I've been talking about it and whatnot. So I've got all the footage and all the rest of it, so I've just got to do my final wrap up for that after I get off this evening. But yeah, so how did everybody go? Miss Brigido was saying, oh, so cute. That was when the kittens made an appearance. Yay for alone time. Yeah, I'm actually going to take advantage of it tonight. Normally I catch up with my daughter, but I'm going to be seeing her tomorrow and whatnot. I'm just going to probably go to bed a little bit early. Chris is saying, hope everybody had a good sprint. I hope you did too. That's really good. If you did, damn, 1 minute I'm reading in a sprint, the next minute it's 2 hours later, and I wake up with headphones to skew the book on the floor. You just painted such an attractive picture then, Lois. I've never fallen asleep in a reading sprint before, and it's only 5:30 p.m. If I'm in sprints and I'm in bed and watching sprints, sometimes I get woken up by my neighbors. And the other night there was a whole heap of sprints going on, and I dropped into a few people's sprints. I think it was at like 4:30. I was reading, and it was part the way through. So I smacked myself in the face with the book. So yeah. I've got to contact Savannah. She may still want to get on Zoom tonight, so I'll probably still end up getting on with her. My plan right now is no. But yeah. We'll see how it go. But yeah, she sometimes just likes to get on and have a bit of a chit chat and just see my face. Even though I'm going to see her tomorrow, I'm not spending a lot of time with her tomorrow. I'm just dropping some stuff off, having a cuppa, and then heading off again because I've just got way too much stuff to do. So I should probably get on with her tonight and spend some time with her. And just read that again. That's such a pretty picture. Mrs. Bridget is still here. Started playing a game online. What game are you playing? And Rolanda said, so the update for today stitching for stitch blah, blah, blah. So the update for today, stitching for the win and no housework was done. So that's tomorrow's problem. Yeah. Well, we did say you shouldn't do any housework. You should just do stitching and hang out on sprints and all the rest of it. Now, I don't have all the details yet, but I will try to have all the details and the times and what channels and everything are having because Neva is hosting 24 hours of sprints next weekend. I believe it starts on Friday in the US. So yeah, once I have all those details, I will put them all down underneath Monday's video and also Friday's video. But I was invited to be on the Australian leg of the 24 hours of sprints, and that is, as far as I know, the times that I've been told, it's 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. on Brooklyn Reed's channel. And again, I will make sure that on Monday and Friday, all that information is down below. So if any of you are wanting to hang out on Saturday evening, with the Australian leg, or or even participate in the 24 hours of sprints. I'll have all the details on what channels, what times, all that sort of stuff. I'll endeavour to have the Australian times there too. And you can hang out with us all. It's a big collab, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I have seen Neva's 24 hours of sprints before, and it's been a lot of fun. Like, the conversation flows really well, and it gets a bit crazy sometimes, and all that sort of stuff, but it's a lot of fun. So as I said, I will make sure all the kids are now up at the window trying to get out here. They're determined to get out here. They've realized that there's a lot of stuff out here that they can hide under and stuff, but I can't let them out because I quilt for other people, and if they're allergic to cats, I would hate for their quilt to go home and have cat fur on it, and they have allergies to it. That would just not be great. And so this area stays very much a pet-free zone. If they come out here, they're usually being held by someone, but they snuck out here before. That's why I had to mute, because I'm like, get the cats out. Trying to say it with a smile so she doesn't get cranky at me. I did my lunges as always, exercise at 3 before I go to bed at 5 and 6. So I'm assuming that you're a shift worker. That's why you're still awake. I remember those days. Whew, they were hard work. I read so many books last week, but I am restless this week. I've only got 20 pages into my book about racism in the medical field. Yeah, that it would be a tough topic to read about. Like, it'd be very shocking. At the beginning of the year, I read The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks, and that had some medical prejudice and racism and all that sort of stuff in it. And it was like, whoa, like, that's some heavy, excuse my French, that's some heavy shit right there, like the things that they did. So that's probably a book you want to take it slow with, because that's some heavy topic. It's on a website called Good Game Empire. I'll have to maybe check it out. I'm not really much of a gamer, but every now and again I do go down the rabbit hole of some games and whatnot. Rolanda is saying, when you come over, I'm over here doing some sort of housework. It's okay, hon. I will not keep you long. I'm basically just going to stop in and say, hey, how you going? Thanks for doing this. I've got to go because I've got to get back, because I've got to do all the finishes and all the photography and all that sort of stuff, and I sort of want to have that all done by Monday. As well as I also want to have this all stitched up by Monday as well. And then that will only leave me to do the red work embroidery and whatnot. So a 24-hour sprint sounds fun. It does, doesn't it, Chris? And speaking of the devil, hello, Neva. We were just talking about your 24-hour sprints. I was just saying that next week I'll be over with Brooklyn, and that once I have everybody's details and everything, I'd put it underneath both of my sprints that I'm having next week, and that way we can get some more people over. Most of the people on here right now are the 3 a.m. crew in the Northern Hemisphere, and it's just gone 6 p.m. on Friday evening here in Queensland. Mrs. Bridget O says, unfortunately, I'm allergic to cats, but they are still cute. Yes, I am very aware that people can be allergic to cats. That's why I don't have them, because I quilt for a living. I don't know if you know that or not, Miss Bridget O, because I don't remember seeing your name before, but you could have been on. I'm not too sure. I do a lot of quilting and making of handbags and all that sort of stuff for people. So I can't, and project bags and whatnot. So I don't know where the bags are going to, what their house is like, if they've got little kids that are allergic or asthmatics or anything like that. So I just try to not have any animals come out here, and I have not had any complaints yet, and I've been doing it for over 13 years now. So yeah. My book Under the Skin mentioned Henrietta Lacks quite often. It's so shocking and maddening. It is very much. Have you read Henrietta Lacks? It is a very interesting book, and I love how it was one of the first nonfiction ones I read this year, and I love how the author, Rebecca Skloot, I think her last name is, she took a different path of telling her story and actually contacting the family and getting their perspective on it and how they felt about what happened and all that sort of stuff. It was a very, very interesting book, and there was like she only touched on it lightly about what happened to what happened in the 50s and stuff like that, and and so she only and the medical prejudices and stuff like that. She only touched on it lightly, but it was still, even though it was only touched on lightly, it was still that there's more to the story, so it makes you want to go and learn more. If you haven't read Henrietta Lacks, I recommend it highly. It's actually a really good nonfiction, and it came onto my radar because of the Discord members' pick of the month. I'm not sure if you know or not, but in the Discord that we have for Dusty Book Sniffers, there is a section where all the members that want to participate, they put their name down, their favorite genre, and then they go onto a wheel, and once a month I spin it on the 20th, and then that person picks the book that we're going to read. And the first book off the rank was a nonfiction one, and the member actually picked The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. Absolutely thought it was a brilliant book. And I want to get a physical copy of it for my daughter because she's studying to be a biologist, a biology teacher, but I've got a sneaking suspicion she's not going to be a teacher. She'll end up going into the sciences full on. I found the page I was up to now. So now, even though the sprints are finished, I'm going to make up for the time I missed while I was sleeping. Have a good weekend, everybody. Thanks for joining, Lois. I really appreciate you being here. That image is just going to stick with me all night. It's going to give me a chuckle for sure. But thank you very much, and I'm glad you had a great holiday, and I was glad to see your name back in the comments again this week. I have missed you. Always like to hear what you're reading and all that sort of stuff. Teo 1927 says, I'm just a night owl. I do better when I sleep from 5 a.m. to 1 p.m. I'm terrible at mornings. That's fair enough. I can relate to that. I was like that when I was younger. I used to prefer to be awake all night and sleep all day, but I think that's quite normal for teenagers and whatnot. But my first jobs were I was a night shift worker, so it screwed up my sleeping habits. And as I got older, I struggled when I had kids because kids are awake all day and sleep all night, and then I'd be awake all night, and it was just a vicious circle. Absolute vicious circle. And they're saying they will be next weekend. Yep, new graphic is going up sometime in the next 24 hours. Awesome. Make sure I'll make sure that I get it, and then I can share it on my community tab and put all the information under both of my sprints next week, which will be good. And hopefully we won't have any technical issues like we had today. So this morning when Nell got on, she didn't have it, like StreamYards was playing up, so she had no comments. She could only read them off YouTube, and that was like at 8 o'clock my time. She went live at 7:30 a.m. this morning my time. And I said in her comments, I hope they're up by the time I go on. When I went on at 9 o'clock, they were working, and then we got to about 1 o'clock, I think it was, or 1:30, and StreamYards went down and booted me out, so I couldn't end the live stream, and everybody was still in the comments, and so and I ended up having to, like, it actually said in StreamYards it wasn't my fault, it was something wrong at their end. So I couldn't get anything to happen with it. So I thought, I wonder if I turn the computer off. And I turned the computer off. And when I came back in, I just restored the pages, and it brought me straight back into the stream. So, and then we just continued on from there. That was 4 hours ago. So we had a pretty rainbow screen and and all the rest of it, and like it was hilarious. Like I'm like, I don't know how to end the stream. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't even like come in from another device or anything because I couldn't do anything to add me into the stream. And it was just like, okay, we'll just be streaming all night. I'm allergic to cats too. They set off for asthma. Yeah, well, my mum was an asthmatic, so I'm very aware that people get triggered with asthma with cats and whatnot. Both my cats are short-haired cats, so it doesn't tend to trip up anybody so far, but you just never know. Some people can be allergic extremely to the fur, like if there's any little bit of fur, but I just don't have them out here. I had a boyfriend at once who was allergic to a cat, but didn't last long. I was not going to be inconvenienced by my that. Fair enough. I'm in my late 40s and still have a major night owl. Hard for me to stay asleep on a sleeping schedule. Yeah, because I'm 53 next month. And like it's only been in the last 2 years that I've sort of gone back to being a night owl. There through my 40s, I was in bed at like 9 o'clock. But in saying that, I was also getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning, going to the gym, doing all the things, running the businesses. I was on the go all the time. So, and then I sort of have hit menopause and my sleeping has just gone loopy. So I can drop into someone's stream at any given time. The technical issues were fun. I made the live stream more unpredictable. Yeah, that's it. Like it was, if I was in YouTube, but because I'd gone through StreamYards, it was StreamYards' problem. If I was through YouTube, it would have just ended the stream. But when you go through like StreamYards or you go through a third-party streaming app, you have to be in their app to end the stream. You can't there was no way I could get into YouTube to end the stream because it's coming through a third party. So it makes it very exciting. I'm just sitting here going, yeah, well, this is different. But anyway, I have to go and just contact my daughter. It's gone after 6 o'clock. I've had a fabulous day with you all. We've been on for 9 hours and I'm going to call it a day. I just like to say thank you very much for everybody joining me and being along for the ride today. I really do appreciate it. If you are new here and you've yet to subscribe, make sure you hit that subscribe button and the little bell icon beside it. And then that way you won't miss out on any of my future uploads. And we have streams on Monday and Friday here in the Southern Hemisphere, which means that it is Sunday and Thursday evening in the Northern Hemisphere. And yeah, so if you want to come and join again, go to the homepage and all of July's reading sprints are up there, and keep an eye out on the community tab. I will have more information about the 24-hour sprints once it is available. And as Neva said, she will be putting up a graphic for it in the next 24 hours. So keep an eye out on that. And yeah, I'll make sure that everybody is listed there so you can do some sprint hopping amongst all the channels and come and support some wonderful booktubers. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. And I will see you all again on Monday for another round of sprinting. Have a great weekend, everybody. Bye.